911, what is your emergency?
He was right behind me. I turned around. He was just gone.
Between 1,600 and 1,700 people are currently listed as missing on federal wildlands in the United States. The National Park Service does not keep a centralized database of them. They won't even tell you how many there are. Some of them were last seen 3 feet from their parents. Some vanished in the middle of conversations. Some were found, decades later, in places that had been searched by hundreds of people, dozens of times. And some come back, but can't or won't say what happened to them. Tonight, we're going into the woods. I suggest you don't go alone. The origin of Missing 411. Every good American conspiracy has a patron saint. Roswell has Jesse Marcel. JFK has Jim Garrison. The Patterson-Gimlin film, the shaky 16mm ballet that convinced half of Northern California that Bigfoot was real, has Roger Patterson. Missing 411 has David Paulides. If you've spent any time in the weirder corners of YouTube at 2 in the morning, and if you clicked on this video, we both know you have, you already know the name. Silver hair, even silverer mustache. The vocal cadence of a guy reading you a police report he really, really wants you to take seriously. He's been called everything from a truth-telling journalistic bulldog to a grift-peddling crank selling you 1995 cluster maps out of the back of a van. And the truth, as tends to be the case with human beings, is messier than either camp wants to admit. So let's start with what's on the record. David Paulides was born in Columbia Falls, Montana, and spent almost 20 years as a cop, 3.5 at the Fremont Police Department in California, starting in 1977, then a transfer in October 1980 to San Jose PD, where he racked up another 16.5 years in patrol, on the SWAT team, in street crimes, and eventually as a detective working vice and intelligence. He's got an undergrad and a graduate degree from the University of San Francisco. By the numbers, he had the kind of resume you'd want on the witness stand. The exit from law enforcement was less clean. In December 1996, while working as a court liaison officer, Paulides was charged with a misdemeanor for using department stationery and printers to solicit charity donations, specifically autographed sports memorabilia. He resigned. In 2011, the department approved his deferred vesting at 16.5 years of service. Defenders will tell you it was a bureaucratic footnote on a decorated career. Critics will tell you it's exactly the kind of thing you should know about the guy, now asking you to trust his archival research. Both readings fit the facts. File it away and keep watching. After the badge, he went into high tech as an executive doing due diligence on acquisitions. Basically, a paid professional skeptic. Then in 2004, he made the turn that would define the rest of his public life. He founded the North America Bigfoot Search, or NABS, and went looking for Sasquatch. Yeah, we're gonna talk about it. We have to talk about it. Because here's the thing. Any honest treatment of Missing 411 has to grapple with the fact that the founder of the phenomenon is, first and foremost, a card-carrying, dues-paying, 2 books deep Bigfoot guy. The Hoopa Project came out in 2008. Tribal Bigfoot followed in 2009. He spent 2 years embedded with Hoopa tribal members in Northern California, documenting their Sasquatch encounters. He helped organize a 2013 DNA study that claimed, I am not making this up, that Bigfoot was a human-primate hybrid that emerged approximately 15,000 years ago. The study was published in a journal that existed for exactly 1 issue. The scientific community's response was somewhere between polite throat-clearing and outright laughter. None of this means Paulides is wrong about missing people. But it does mean that when you're evaluating his work, you're evaluating the work of a researcher who has publicly committed to the proposition that a large, undocumented primate is wandering around the Pacific Northwest. That context matters. Your mileage may vary. Which brings us to the origin myth. The story Paulides tells and has told in various forms in every interview and book intro for over a decade, goes like this. Sometime in the late 2000s, he was at a national park doing research. Two off-duty rangers approached him. They knew who he was, and they asked him, quietly, almost conspiratorially, to look into a problem the Park Service wouldn't talk about. The strange disappearances. The ones that didn't add up. The ones nobody was supposed to notice. He's never named the rangers. He's never named the park. He has, in one version, said they were former rangers. In another version, they were current. The details slide around a little depending on which interview you're watching, which is either proof of a man whose memory has softened incidental facts over 20 years of retellings, or proof that the whole encounter is a narrative device, a framing story, the way Rod Serling used to open The Twilight Zone by walking out of a cigarette smoke fog. Take your pick. Either way, the story lit the fuse. What came next is not in dispute. Paulides launched the Can-Am Missing Project, Can-Am for Canada and America, and by his own reporting spent over 9,000 hours across more than 4 years combing through old newspaper archives, police reports, SAR records, and FOIA requests. In 2011, he self-published the first book, Missing 411, Western United States and Canada. The Eastern volume came in March 2012. Then came volumes on missing children, missing hunters, the devils in the details, a sobering coincidence, and a string of others. 10-plus books, 3 documentary films, and counting. In June 2012, he was invited to speak at the National Association of Search and Rescue's annual conference in South Lake Tahoe. A packed room. Professional SAR experts in the seats. Whatever you think of his conclusions, the man has done the hours. And then, sometime around 2020, something strange happened. Missing 411, a niche book series sold mostly to people who listen to Coast AM in their cars, hit TikTok, and it went supernova. Suddenly you had teenagers in their bedrooms making 3-minute videos about boulder fields and German shepherds who wouldn't track a scent. Cluster maps got screenshot into oblivion. The Missing 411 documentary, which had been a quiet 2016 release, started getting recommended on Prime Video next to UFO disclosure specials. A third documentary, Missing 411, The UFO Connection, dropped in 2022. The most recent, Missing 411, National Parks, Washington State, hit streaming platforms a few months ago. Which brings us finally to the one claim in Paulides' whole catalog that even his harshest critics can't refute. He told his readers that the National Park Service does not maintain a centralized, public, comprehensive list of every person reported missing in a national park. And here's the uncomfortable part. He's right. The NPS has a cold case page. It lists a few dozen unsolved disappearances. Individual parks keep their own records in varying states of disarray. But there is no unified, publicly searchable national database tracking every person who walked into a park and never walked out. In 2022, Representatives Joe Neguse and Tim Burchett co-sponsored the TRACE Act, the Tracking and Reporting Absent Community Members Everywhere Act, specifically to fix this by forcing the DOJ to improve the NamUs database for federal lands cases. It was introduced to Congress in June 2023. As of today, it still hasn't passed. A private citizen named Heidi Streetman has been running a petition to demand a national registry since 2022. Independent projects like Locations Unknown and Missing NPF are doing the work the federal government won't. You can believe Paulides is a crank. You can believe he's a visionary. You can believe the truth is somewhere in that large gray middle where most real stories live. But on the specific, narrow, verifiable question of does the U.S. government know with confidence how many people have disappeared on federal parkland, they don't. And that is where our story really begins. What Missing 411 actually means. Every conspiracy theory has a fingerprint. Moon landing truthers have the flag that waves. JFK has the grassy knoll. Chemtrails have, well, clouds. Missing 411 has 12 fingerprints. Paulides calls them profile points. The recurring details he claims show up in case after case across decades, across thousands of miles of wilderness, in disappearances that shouldn't have anything to do with each other. Some of these points are legitimately strange. Some of them are the kind of coincidence your weed dealer finds profound. And a couple of them, I'm just gonna warn you now, are gonna make you laugh out loud before they make you uneasy. Here are the 12 with the bodies attached. 1. Boulder fields, granite, and talus slopes. Paulides flagged this one early and has never let go of it. Yosemite, the largest missing 411 cluster on the continent, sits on the largest exposed granite batholith in North America. That's not a theory, that's geology. And when 3-year-old Jared Atadadadero vanished from the Big South Trail in Colorado's Comanche Peak Wilderness in October 1999, his partial remains wouldn't be found until June 2003. Almost 4 years later, 500 vertical feet above the trail, on a steep talus slope a toddler could not physically have climbed. The skull fragment and tooth were DNA confirmed. The pants were inside out. The shoes looked like someone had just stepped out of them. Geologists have a word for the kind of terrain Jared's remains were found on. It's the same word Paulides uses: talus. 2. Proximity to water. The Statistical Review of 1,127 missing 411 cases found 17.6% of victims were discovered dead in or near water, and another 7.6% alive. That's a quarter of everyone in the dataset. Lakes, creeks, swamps, rivers, snowmelt ponds, it doesn't matter. Even in the desert cases, water shows up. When little Keith Parkins, we'll get back to him, was finally found in 1952, he was curled face down in the snow next to a frozen pond. The skeptical read is obvious. People get lost, people get thirsty, gravity pulls them downhill to drainages. The Paulides read is that water is doing something else. He's never said exactly what. Nobody's asking him to. That's kind of the trick. 3. Sudden, violent weather. You know this beat. Someone goes missing on a bluebird afternoon and within hours the sky cracks open. When 6-year-old Dennis Martin vanished in Great Smoky Mountains in 1969, a thunderstorm rolled in that same night and dropped 2.5 inches of rain on the search area in a matter of hours. Footprints, gone. Scent, gone. The Independent Statistical Review found bad weather affected roughly 1/3 of missing 411 searches, which, to be fair, is also roughly the base rate for bad weather affecting any outdoor activity in America. But try telling that to a parent watching lightning strobe across a mountain while their kid is out there somewhere. 4. Bloodhounds that refuse to track. This one is genuinely weird. Dogs fail to pick up scent in roughly 81% of missing 411 cases in the dataset. 81. For context, a well-trained cadaver dog in reasonable conditions should hit on a fresh scent the vast majority of the time. Stacy Arras, the 14-year-old who vanished in Yosemite in 1981, the Fresno Bee reported her search dogs couldn't pick up a scent because of dry and dusty conditions. Fine, except the same thing happens in pine duff, in snow, in rain, in summer, dogs following trails 50 feet and then sitting down, dogs refusing to approach certain areas at all. You can explain any one of these away. The pattern is harder. 5. Victims found in previously searched areas. 11% of dead victims in the dataset were found in places teams had already swept, sometimes multiple times. Jared Atadadero's remains were above a trail combed by 200 people for 6 days. Geraldine Largay, the Appalachian Trail hiker who vanished in Maine in 2013, was found 2 years later in her tent, less than 2 miles from the trail, in an area that had been searched. Her journal documented her final 26 days alive, which, if you want a single data point that will ruin your next camping trip, is that one. 6. Missing or neatly folded clothing, especially footwear. This is the one that pushes the whole phenomenon into horror movie territory. Shoes off, pants inside out, jackets folded, sometimes on toddlers who don't have the motor skills to remove their own clothing. The medical explanation is paradoxical undressing, a late-stage hypothermia symptom where victims feel falsely overheated and strip, legit phenomenon documented in peer-reviewed literature. But paradoxical undressing requires, hypothermic temperatures. It doesn't explain the cases in July, it doesn't explain the folding, and it really doesn't explain a 3-year-old's pristine Tarzan sneakers sitting upright on a talus slope like a shrine. 7. The point of separation. Someone is there. Someone turns their head. Someone is gone. Dennis Martin stepped behind a bush for 3 minutes. Stacy Arras walked around a bend on a trail visible from the cabins. Bessie and Glenn Hyde, honeymooners running the Grand Canyon in 1928, their scow was found intact, food on the table still anchored. Them, not so much. The point of separation is the structural feature that makes these cases stick in your head. In horror, the scariest moment is always the cut. One frame, someone's there. Next frame, they aren't. The woods operate on the same grammar. 8. Intellectual extremes. Paulides flagged early that missing 411 victims disproportionately come from two ends of the cognitive spectrum, people with developmental disabilities on one side and overeducated high achievers on the other. The Yuba County Five, vanished from California in 1978, were all adult men with intellectual disabilities. On the flip side, PhDs, physicians, physicists, professors. Fit, experienced, knowledgeable people who should have known exactly what to do and didn't. The middle, regular office workers, tradesmen, tourists, are statistically underrepresented. Nobody has a good explanation for this. Even the skeptics shrug. 9. Berry picking. Yes, I'm serious. He wrote an entire book called Missing 411. Berry pickers, sheep herders, farmers. The claim is that an absurd number of victims were last seen picking wild berries. Blueberries. Huckleberries. Salmon berries. It sounds like a joke, and Skeptical Inquirer has fairly skewered him for it. One critic pointed out that in berry country, literally everyone is picking berries, so of course, berry pickers appear in the data. But here's the wrinkle. Paulides isn't just pointing at berries in general, he's pointing at specific berry types, clustering in specific locations, with victims reaching down into the bushes the moment before vanishing. Whether that's a pattern or pareidolia is genuinely contested. Bring it up at a dinner party and watch what happens. 10. German ancestry. This is the one that makes even Paulides' defenders uncomfortable. He has repeatedly flagged that an unusually high percentage of missing 411 victims have German surnames or German heritage. He doesn't have a theory as to why, he just notes it. Critics point out that a huge chunk of Americans, especially in the upper Midwest and Pacific Northwest, where many clusters sit, have German ancestry. It's the single largest reported ethnic ancestry in the US Census, so the correlation may be a baseline population artifact. But Paulides insists the overrepresentation is real, even adjusting for that. Take it as you will. 11. Devil place names. Go pull up a topographic map of Yosemite and start reading aloud. Devil's Elbow, Devil's Dance Floor, Spirit Canyon, Hell's Half Acre, Ghost Forest. Paulides wrote Missing 411. The devil's in the details, specifically to catalog disappearances from locations where European settlers, or indigenous groups before them, named the place after something that wanted to kill you. Indigenous oral tradition is full of warnings about specific geography. Don't go here. Don't sleep there. Don't hunt in that draw. The settlers who mapped the land often preserved those warnings in translation, sometimes without knowing what they were preserving. Chapter 6 is going to dig into this hard. For now, just notice how often the cluster maps line up with topo map places where somebody at some point felt the need to name the land after evil. 12. Search aircraft that crash. And finally, the detail that sounds insane until you start counting. During the 1999 search for Jared Atadero, a helicopter crashed, injuring 5 people. The search for Dennis Martin involved 2 Huey helicopters and a hired aircraft. While no crash occurred during his direct search, the Smokies have a long history of rescue aircraft incidents. Multiple other missing 411 cases list downed planes and helicopters, not as cause of disappearance, but as consequence of searching. Aviation accident rates in mountainous SAR operations are genuinely higher than baseline. But the frequency with which missing 411 searches specifically get tangled up in aviation disasters raises an eyebrow even among people inclined to roll them. So, 12 fingerprints. Some are real patterns the data confirms. Some are cherry-picked coincidences you'd find in any data set of 1,400 cases. Some are genuine statistical anomalies nobody, skeptic or believer, has fully explained. The question isn't whether any of them are meaningful. The question is what the hell is going on when so many of them show up in the same case? Which brings us to Dennis Martin, Spencefield, Father's Day, 1969. A child steps behind a bush. He has 3 minutes. Clusters and geography. pull up a blank outline of the United States. Now take a red marker and start dotting every place David Paulides calls a cluster, a geographic zone where he claims the unsolved. Missing 401 cases pile up at a rate too high to be coincidence. When he started this work in 2011, he had 28 clusters. By the time he spoke to search and rescue professionals at the 2012 NASA conference in Lake Tahoe, the number was 63. The current Geographical Cluster Map version 3, sold on his website, doesn't give an exact count on the packaging, but the book A Sobering Coincidence and multiple third-party summaries put the working number in the 50-plus range, which is, depending on who you ask, either proof that he keeps finding new patterns or proof that the definition of cluster is whatever Paulides needs it to be on a given Tuesday. Fine. Let's assume the fans are right and there's something here. What does the map actually look like? The first thing you notice is what isn't on it. Middle America, the Plains states, the Midwest breadbasket, the flat country, is almost empty. A few dots in Minnesota, a smattering in Michigan. Basically nothing in Nebraska, Kansas, Iowa, or the Dakotas. The clusters hug the edges of the country. Big wilderness, big elevation, big water, big trees. You could overlay Paulides' map on a national topographic relief map, and you'd have roughly the same image, which, to be fair, is also roughly the same map as where people go hiking. Your risk of going missing in Wyoming is not zero, because Wyoming is evil. It's not zero because Wyoming has mountains and forests and people in them. Base rate reminder, tuck it away, we're going to come back to it. But within that ring of wilderness, there are 5 clusters that dwarf the rest. The Big Five. If Missing 411 were a hair metal band, these would be the 4 guys in the photo, plus whoever's playing bass that week. Yosemite, the cornerstone. More documented Missing 411 cases than any single geographic location on the continent. And here's why it matters. Yosemite Valley sits at the heart of the Sierra Nevada batholith, the largest exposed body of granite in North America. Half Dome, El Capitan, Cathedral Peak, all of it is essentially one gigantic, continent-scale piece of crystalline rock that started cooling 100 million years ago, pushed up through the crust, and got carved into vertical theater by the glaciers. Paulides' Boulder Field profile point hits harder here than anywhere else on Earth. The entire cluster is a boulder field. Stacy Arras vanished here. So did Michael Feisery in 2005, Walter Reinhardt in 2002, and somewhere between 15 and 30 others, with unresolved cases depending on whose spreadsheet you're reading. Yosemite averages about 4 million visitors a year. Even at a 1 in a million rate, that produces a steady drumbeat of disappearances. Statistically expected? Sure. Statistically comforting? Not really. Great Smoky Mountains, the East Coast anchor, Dennis Martin's Park, the most visited national park in the entire system, 12.9 million visitors in 2022 alone. Department of Interior records show 34 missing persons incidents and 3 deaths reported from January 2018 through February 2023. Those are just the ones that made the Investigative Services Branch paperwork. Dense temperate rainforest, kudzu, laurel hells so thick local searchers call them laurel jungles, terrain that can hide a body 8 feet from a trail. Not to mention the Appalachian cultural overlay of holler ghosts, Cherokee stick figure legends, and the stretch of US 441 that locals will straight up tell you not to drive at night. Crater Lake, the weirdest of the Big Five. Small park, modest visitation, under 1 million people a year, but it punches way above its weight in Missing 411 math. The lake itself is a caldera, a volcano that blew its top about 7,700 years ago and filled with 1,143 feet of the bluest water in North America. Klamath and Modoc oral tradition calls the area genuinely dangerous. Not metaphorically, not spooky, but actively don't go there. We'll get deep into Crater Lake in its own chapter. For now, understand that Paulides put it in his top tier for reasons. Olympic and Mount Rainier, 2 parks, 1 cluster. Old-growth temperate rainforest thick enough to lose a Boeing in, and they have, literally, combined with the glaciated volcanic hulk of Rainier. The disappearances here include Sam Dubal, a UW medical professor who vanished on Mount Rainier in 2020 and is still officially missing. Paulides liked this cluster enough that Missing 411, National Parks, Washington State, his most recent 2026 documentary, is built entirely around it. The Adirondacks. The sneaky one. Not a national park at all. It's a New York State park, the largest park in the contiguous United States, bigger than Yellowstone, Yosemite, Grand Canyon, and Everglades combined. 6 million acres of forest, lake, and old Iroquois country. Doug Legg vanished here in 1971. 8 years old, 100 yards from the family cabin, went back for a jacket, never made it. His uncle spent the rest of his life searching and never found a trace. If you're from the east and you want the rawest, rangiest cluster on the map, this is it. That's the Big Five. There are smaller clusters everyone in the community knows about. The Cascades, the Wasatch Range, Rocky Mountain, Glacier, parts of coastal California, pockets in Arizona and New Mexico. The Ozarks, surprisingly. And then there are the international sites Paulides documented in later books. The UK's Lake District, northern Italy, the Bavarian Forest. But the Big Five are where you start if you want to understand the phenomenon, and they're where the profile points we covered in Chapter 2 stack up thickest. Now, the clock. One of the most cited findings from the Independent Statistical Review of 1,127 cases isn't a place, it's a time. 417 victims, 37% of the entire dataset, vanished in the afternoon, between noon and 8 p.m. The remaining 16 hours of the day accounted for 18.2%. The rest of the cases had no documented precise time. Think about that for a second. More than a third of all disappearances in the whole Missing 411 catalog cluster into an 8-hour window of ordinary daylight. Not after dark, when predators hunt and hikers get lost. In the afternoon, when the sun is highest, when your brain is telling you this is the safest part of the day. The skeptical read is easy. That's also when the most people are hiking. Afternoon is the peak activity window for day trippers, tourists, and families. More feet on the ground equals more opportunities for things to go wrong. Baseline, again. But here's where it gets interesting. If the phenomenon were purely a function of visitor volume, you'd expect the curve to match NPS activity data cleanly. And it mostly does. Mostly. What the curve doesn't do is explain the afternoon skew in child disappearances specifically, which are disproportionately concentrated in that same window and disproportionately occur during what should be the most supervised hours of a family outing. The parents aren't asleep, the adults aren't drinking yet, people are paying attention. And then between 4 and 6 p.m., the golden hour, the softest, prettiest, most Instagram-ready light in the wilderness day, the profile points hit their peak. Dennis Martin vanished at 4:30 p.m. Stacy Arras vanished around 4 p.m. The storm over the Smokies broke a few hours later. The sun was still up, everyone was still looking. Great Smoky Mountains National Park, June 14, 1969, Father's Day weekend. The Martin family had been doing this hike for generations. Bill Martin was 34. His father, Clyde, was 64. Bill's two sons, 9-year-old Douglas and 6-year-old Dennis, had joined him for what was, for Dennis, his first overnight camping trip with the men of the family. They drove in on Friday, June 13th, parked at Cades Cove, and set out on the 13-mile Russell to Spence field loop that the Martin men had walked for decades. Dennis kept up like a champ. He always did. Family members describe him as quiet, serious, polite, the kind of kid who wore a collared shirt to play outside and didn't cause his parents a minute of trouble. He was 6 days away from his 7th birthday. They camped Friday night at Russell Field. Saturday morning, they hiked the ridge east toward Spence Field, a wide, grassy bald at 5,000 feet on the Tennessee-North Carolina line, famous for panoramic views and a steady wind that bends the mountain laurel sideways. Around noon they arrived, dropped their packs, and met another family coming up from the other direction. Same surname, Martin, out of Huntsville, Alabama. No relation. The Huntsville Martins had 3 boys of their own, and by coincidence the eldest were named Dennis, Douglas, and Carter. 2 sets of brothers, same first names, same ages, on the same mountain on the same day. Even before anything went wrong, the case was already doing that missing 411 thing, where reality starts to feel like a draft of a movie somebody would later claim was too on the nose. The adults sat in the grass to talk. The 4 older boys, the 3 Huntsville brothers, plus Douglas, cooked up a prank. They'd split into 2 groups, sneak around, and jump out at the parents from opposite directions. Dennis, in his red t-shirt and green shorts, was the smallest. He went northwest, toward the Appalachian Trail. The other 3 went southwest. At 4:30 p.m., the 3 older boys burst out of the brush laughing. Dennis didn't. Bill Martin stood up. He waited the length of time a parent waits when something is almost certainly fine. 3 minutes. 4. Then he started calling. No answer. He jogged west along the Appalachian Trail toward Little Bald, about a mile out, calling his son's name. Nothing. He doubled back, cut north, crossed the Bald, checked the tree line. Still calling. Still nothing. Within 20 minutes, Bill Martin knew, in the way a parent knows, that something had gone catastrophically wrong inside a 3 to 5 minute window on an open meadow in broad daylight with his son 30 feet from him. Grandfather Clyde, 64 years old, hiked 8.5 miles down Anthony Creek to the Cades Cove Ranger Station to report Dennis missing. He arrived just before 8:30 p.m., and then the sky cracked open. 2.5 inches of rain fell on the Smokies that night. 3 by some estimates. Trails washed out. Every scent Dennis had left on the ground, every broken twig, every print, every flake of skin a tracking dog could have followed, gone by morning. The storm dumped so hard that search and rescue dogs couldn't even be deployed in the first critical hours because ground conditions made tracking impossible. By the time the weather broke, any forensic trail Dennis had left was in the Little Tennessee River on its way to the Gulf of Mexico. What followed was, and still is, the largest search and rescue operation in the history of the National Park Service. The response scaled from 30 people on Sunday morning to 240 by early afternoon, then to more than 1,400 at peak. Boy Scouts, rescue squads from both sides of the Carolina line, firefighters, sheriff's deputies, local volunteers, 60 Green Berets who showed up seemingly out of nowhere and operated semi-independently from the main search. 2 Huey helicopters dispatched from Warner Robins Air Force Base. A hired chopper ferrying equipment and men to Spence Field. Over 2 weeks, the operation logged more than 13,000 man-hours and burned through $5,500, about $450,000 in today's dollars. They found exactly 1 piece of physical evidence, and nobody is sure it was his. A child's Oxford-style shoe print, size 6, near West Prong of the Little Pigeon River. Same type and size Dennis was wearing. Dismissed at the time because the area had already been searched, but nobody in the search parties had a small child with them, so what that print actually was has never been explained, and it was found after the storm had already scoured the area. That's where a normal missing child case would end. Tragic. Terrible. A little boy lost in weather no 6-year-old could survive. Close the file. Except for Harold Key. Harold Key was a highway engineer from Carthage, Tennessee, visiting Cades Cove with his wife and sons the weekend Dennis vanished. They were hiking up a creek bed in the Sea Branch area, near Rowan's Creek, roughly 5 to 7 miles from Spence Field, depending on which route you measure, looking for bears to photograph. It was getting on toward evening. Around 6 p.m., by Key's estimate, they heard what he would later describe to the Associated Press as a terrible scream. His wife, who'd stayed back at the car, heard it too and thought one of their children had been attacked. In a 2016 interview with investigator Michael Bouchard, when Key was 90 years old, he added a detail that had never fully made it into the contemporary reporting. He believed he'd heard a child scream the word help, followed by an agonizing second scream of pain. Key and his sons walked about 200 yards toward the source of the sound. The boys spotted what they thought was a bear moving through the brush. It wasn't a bear. It was a middle-aged white man in civilian clothes, unkempt, hiding in the bushes and moving, in Key's words, in a way that made it clear he was definitely avoiding us. The family watched him make his way to a white Chevrolet parked along the road, get in, and drive off. The Key family didn't know about Dennis Martin that day. They were visitors. They finished their trip, went home to Carthage, and a few weeks later, Harold turned on the news, learned about the missing boy from Spence Field, and called park officials. The investigators did the math. Dennis vanished at 4:30 p.m. The FBI's own estimate, 3 hours of hard hiking to cover that ground on foot. Key heard the scream around 6, maybe 7 p.m. If somebody had snatched Dennis from Spence Field and moved fast through terrain with no trails connecting the two areas, they could have, just barely, reached C Branch in the window Key described. Chief Ranger Lee Sneddon didn't buy it. The distance was deemed too great, the timeline too tight. And this is the part that still sticks with the Martin family. Authorities didn't tell Bill and Mrs. Martin about the Key sighting for almost a full year. A year. During which Bill Martin offered a $5,000 reward, about $44,000 today, out of his own pocket, not knowing that a credible witness had reported an unkempt stranger fleeing a scream from the rough area where a dismissed footprint had been found. The search was officially scaled back on June 26. The formal operation ended June 29th. The case was administratively closed on September 14, 1969. 3 months later, a ginseng hunter in Tremont's Big Hollow stumbled across what he believed were the scattered skeletal remains of a small child. He didn't report it. He was on federal land illegally digging ginseng and was afraid of prosecution. He kept the secret for 16 years, finally admitting it in 1985. By the time investigators went looking, nothing remained. Tremont sits not far from where the West Prong footprint had been found. In 2022, after journalist and investigator Michael Bouchard filed 3 separate FOIA requests and was denied twice, the FBI finally released its 133-page file on Dennis Martin. It contained interviews, timelines, follow-ups on dozens of tips, and a full reconstruction of the Key sighting. What the file does not contain is an answer. Dennis has never been found. His case remains the only fatality in the history of Great Smoky Mountains National Park that occurred during an organized search but was never recovered. So what happened at Spence Field on Father's Day 1969? Pull the profile point checklist we walked through in Chapter 2. Point of separation in under 5 minutes. Catastrophic weather within hours. Dogs rendered useless by storm. Missing, impossible footprint. Witness describes an unkempt stranger fleeing a scream. Remains possibly found in a previously searched cluster area, then lost. Boulder-strewn Appalachian terrain. Water everywhere. 7 or 8 of 12 fingerprints, depending on how you count, in a single case. That's why Dennis Martin is the origin point of the whole phenomenon in the public imagination. That's why Paulides opens Missing 411, Eastern United States with him. That's why 57 years later, Watt TV in Knoxville still runs anniversary coverage every June. A 6-year-old boy in a red shirt stepped behind a bush to scare his dad. He had 3 minutes. And then the mountain kept him. Yosemite National Park, July 17, 1981. The cornerstone. If Dennis Martin is the origin point of Missing 411 in the public imagination, Stacy Arras is the case. David Paulides goes back to every time he needs to prove his thesis. He's written about her in at least 3 of his books. He's devoted YouTube episodes to her. He has filed Freedom of Information Act requests for her case file more times than he can count. He has, on each occasion, been denied. One of the rangers he spoke with told him flat out, "You'll never see it." So, what happened at Sunrise High Sierra Camp on July 17, 1981? Stacy Arras was 14 years old, blonde, blue-eyed, 5'5", the youngest of 4 children. The family lived in Saratoga, California, just south of San Jose. Her father, George, was a successful real estate developer. Her mother, Carol, was at home. By all accounts, this was a standard upper-middle-class Bay Area family in 1981. 2-parent household, kids in good schools, vacations at national parks, the whole postcard. George and Stacy had booked a 4-day horseback trip through Yosemite's High Sierra camps, a 49-mile loop operated by a concessionaire for the Park Service, running between 5 wilderness camps at roughly a day's ride apart. There were 2 guides and between 6 and 8 other guests in the group, depending on which source you trust. They rode out from Tuolumne Meadows on the morning of July 17th, followed the John Muir Trail south past Upper Cathedral Lakes, where they stopped for lunch around 3 p.m., and arrived that afternoon at Sunrise High Sierra Camp, the last stop on the loop before the ride back. Sunrise sits at 9,400 feet above sea level in an alpine meadow facing Mount Florence and Mount Clark. 9 tent cabins, 34 beds at capacity, no electricity, no running water, no phones. In 1981, decades before cell service, satellite messengers, or GPS beacons, the camp might as well have been on the moon. When you got there, you were there, and the only way out was the way you came in. Stacy and George shared a cabin. Stacy showered. The High Sierra camps had rudimentary shower facilities, though modern sources disagree on whether Sunrise specifically had them that year. Changed into clean clothes and grabbed her small Olympus camera. She told her dad she was going to walk down toward the nearby lakes to take pictures. Here is the detail that tells you George Arras was a present, engaged parent. She came out in sandals, or flip-flops, depending on who's telling you believe. Either way, the wrong shoes. Her father stopped her and told her to change into her hiking boots. Sunrise is rough terrain, granite slopes, talus, roots, altitude, and he wasn't going to let his 14-year-old daughter walk down to the lakes in beach footwear. She changed shoes. A 77-year-old member of the tour group, variously named in sources as Gerald Stewart or Gerald Stewart, aged 71 to 77 depending on the telling, agreed to walk down with her. The most reliable contemporary reporting puts him at 77. George declined to go. Stacy and Gerald headed down the slope towards Sunrise Lakes, roughly 1.5 miles away, though the first lake in that chain is closer than that, depending on how you cut across the terrain. Here is the second detail that matters enormously, because it's what rules out Gerald as a suspect. About 20 minutes in, Gerald sat down on a boulder. He was 77 years old, had been on horseback most of the day, and was breathing thin air at 9,400 feet. He told Stacy to go ahead, he needed to rest. And this is where the witness math becomes critical. Back at the camp, the tour guide, Chris Grimes, was tending horses in the corral. Grimes could see Gerald. He watched Gerald sit down on the boulder. He watched Stacy continue on, camera in hand, down the slope. He saw her stop at one point and take a photograph. He watched her walk a little farther. He watched her step behind a cluster of trees. Then he turned back to the horses. When he looked again, she was gone. Gerald waited a few minutes. When Stacy didn't come back, he got up and walked in the direction she'd gone. He didn't find her. He called out. He got no answer. He went back to camp, alarmed, and alerted the group. George Arras, Chris Grimes, the other guide, and the rest of the party fanned out across the slope in the fading evening light. They covered the visible terrain in every direction. No scream had been heard. No footprints led anywhere they didn't expect. The only sign of Stacy the search would ever produce was a single camera lens, or in some sources a lens cap, found on the trail she had walked. That's it. That's all anyone has. The formal search launched the next morning and ran for 9 days. At peak, about 150 people combed the area. Roughly 67 Mountain Rescue Association volunteers, Park Service rangers, helicopters, scent dogs. The search grid covered 3 to 5 square miles of the most photographed terrain in the American West. The Fresno Bee reported at the time that the dogs couldn't pick up any scent because of dry and dusty conditions. Dry and dusty, in July, in granite country, at 9,400 feet, where every scent dog in the American West regularly works successfully in exactly those conditions. They found nothing. Now let's talk about what the NPS knows that you and I don't. David Paulides has filed repeated FOIA requests for the Stacy Arras case file. What the Park Service has confirmed, through their own responses, is that the file is approximately 2,000 pages long. For comparison, most National Park missing persons files run between 10 and 100 pages. Even complex ones rarely break 200. Dennis Martin's FBI file, released in 2022 after 7 years of FOIA effort, came in at 133 pages. 2,000 pages. Paulides has been told repeatedly the case cannot be released because it is still an active, open criminal investigation. In 2020, in 2023. Today, 45 years after the disappearance. An active criminal case for a 14-year-old who has been gone since Ronald Reagan's first year in office. A small release of public materials has occurred, a few documents published by the NPS under a FOIA appeal, mostly slides from the SAR Brown box in the Yosemite archives. 50 pages, give or take. Paulides has described that release, correctly, as a joke. So what is in the other 950 pages? This is where honest people diverge. Some of it is certainly sensitive witness testimony. 14-year-old girls in the 1980s who went missing in circumstances like this attracted the kind of speculation families don't want public. Some of it is procedural documentation, search logs, interview transcripts of everyone who was at sunrise that night. Some of it may be evidence the Park Service genuinely believes is still investigatively useful, however unlikely that sounds at a 45-year remove. And some of it, possibly, is the other theory, the one Paulides mentions less often than the paranormal reads, because it doesn't fit his brand. In 1981, the Fresno Bee reported that Stacy had, in the months before the trip, been going through some difficulties. School troubles, family tensions, and in the exact phrasing of that original reporting, she had been missing her boyfriend. Her mother, Carol, denied at the time that Stacy had any serious boyfriend. The implication was there anyway. The trip itself was reportedly arranged in part as a chance for George and his daughter to reconnect after a rough stretch. The runaway theory has been quietly kicking around the case since day one. Here's why it mostly doesn't work. To run away from Sunrise High Sierra Camp, Stacy would have needed to cover roughly 7 miles on foot, descending about 1,500 feet in elevation, to reach the nearest road, Tioga Pass or the Tuolumne area. No phones, no electricity, no way to coordinate a pickup, no money, improper clothing for a night at altitude. And whatever you think of a moody 14-year-old's decision-making, she just watched her father make her change out of sandals into hiking boots for a 1-mile walk to a lake. She wasn't stupid. She wasn't equipped. And in the 45 years since, not a single credible sighting, bank record, dental record, or DNA match has ever placed her anywhere outside those 3 to 5 square miles around Sunrise Lakes. So the runaway theory is there, on the table, where it's been since 1981. But the terrain doesn't support it, the shoes don't support it, and the silence of the decades doesn't support it. What's left? Predator. Human or animal, leaves physical evidence. It didn't. Fall into a crevice, possible in granite country, and Yosemite has eaten people that way before. But 3 to 5 square miles of search grid by trained teams with dogs and helicopters is a thorough sweep, and granite crevices aren't infinite. Criminal act by someone in the group. Gerald was 77 and exhausted. Grimes was in line of sight of both of them, and the math of opportunity doesn't close. Something else. That's the box the 2,000 pages sit in. 45 years sealed. An active criminal investigation for a case that nobody has publicly investigated in decades. A father who died in 2003 without ever knowing what happened to his youngest daughter. A mother who died before him. 2 sisters and a brother still living with a missing girl poster for a family member. Stacy Arras is the cornerstone case because she checks every box on the profile point list. SA, Yosemite granite. Largest boulder field on the continent. Proximity to water. Sunrise Lakes, the photograph she was there to take. Bloodhounds rendered useless, allegedly by dry conditions and standard dog working weather. Point of separation. A guide watched her step behind a cluster of trees. That was it. Late afternoon. The 37% window. Single piece of physical evidence, the camera lens. Nothing else. And one box Dennis Martin's case doesn't have. A file so thick the government won't let you read it. You could go your whole life not thinking about Stacy Arras. Most Americans do. But if you spend any time with this material, you'll notice something. She's the case that people who believe in missing 401 and people who don't both get quiet about. Because whatever happened in that hour at Sunrise Lakes, somebody wrote 2,000 pages about it. And they're not going to let you see them. I want you to take a breath. The deep dives we just walked through were long by design. Dennis Martin and Stacy Arras deserve length because their cases are foundational, and because their families are still alive, and because slowing down is how you show respect. But if I gave every case in this video that treatment, you'd be here for 15 hours, and your will to live would be in the same condition as your phone battery. So for the next 10 or so minutes, we're gonna move fast. 4 cases, 4 children, 4 sets of parents who spent the rest of their lives staring at the wilderness and asking it to give something back. Each one hits different profile points from the checklist. Each one is real. Each one is unresolved, or resolved in a way that somehow makes it worse. Douglas Dougie Legg, Adirondack Mountains, New York, July 10, 1971. The family had money. Specifically, the Melvin family. Syracuse bankers and attorneys who owned 12,500 acres in the Santanoni Preserve, a sprawling Gilded Age great camp with 40 buildings, a 24-room main lodge, and a private lake. 8-year-old Doug Legg, Dougie, was a Melvin grandchild, a blonde, blue-eyed mini woodsman, visiting with his extended family for what would turn out to be the clan's final summer at the estate before selling it off. On the afternoon of July 10th, Dougie headed out for a hike with his uncle, Myron. Myron spotted poison ivy on the trail and told Dougie to go back to the main lodge and change into long pants. Half a mile. Straightforward trail. The lodge visible from the ridge. Dougie's older brother and cousins saw him a minute later on a ridge about 200 yards from the lodge. He never reached the front door. The search ran for 33 days. Between 1,000 and 2,000 volunteers at peak. State troopers. New York Conservation Department, Air Force planes equipped with heat detection technology. Bloodhounds, a chartered mountain rescue team flown in from Sierra Madre, California, who took one look at the Adirondack bogs and admitted they'd never seen terrain like it. Infrared sweeps, lake drags, nothing. The case gave birth to New York State's first official search and rescue team. In 2012, a diver found bones near the camp shoreline. Animal. In 2016, a Montana man claimed he'd found a child's skull while hunting on a nearby peninsula in 1973. Investigators went back, nothing recovered. 54 years. Dougie is a name on a ridge. Jared Atadero, Comanche Peak Wilderness, Colorado, October 2nd, 1999. We touched this case in Chapter 2. Let's pull it apart properly. 3 years old. Curly-haired. Visiting the Poudre River Resort his dad Alan and Uncle Arlen co-owned, about an hour west of Fort Collins. On October 2nd, a Christian singles network group staying at the resort decided, on the fly, without telling Alan, to take Jared and his 6-year-old sister Jo Solon on an afternoon hike up the Big South Trail, a route that climbs into Roosevelt National Forest near Rocky Mountain National Park. Jared, being 3, ran ahead. He stopped to ask 2 fishermen about bears. The fishermen were the last known adults to see him. Minutes later, the group came around the bend. The trail was empty. 6 days search. Helicopters, one of which crashed during operations, injuring 5. Divers in the river, 200 volunteers. Scent dogs, nothing. 3 years, 8 months, and 2 days later, June 4th, 2003, 2 Fort Collins businessmen named Rob Osborne and Gary Watts were hiking off-trail, 500 feet above the Big South Trail, on a 40 to 45 degree talus slope about 1.14 miles from where Jared vanished. They found a brown fleece pullover with puncture holes, blue sweatpants inside out with one leg missing, and a pair of white Disney Tarzan tennis shoes. Pristine. 4 years of mountain weather, and they looked like a toddler had just stepped out of them. The next day, searchers found the skull fragment and a tooth nearby. DNA confirmed Jared. The Colorado Bureau of Investigation found no predator blood, no hair, and only 2 unidentified hairs. The cause of death on Jared's certificate reads undetermined, probable mountain lion attack. Mountain lion experts disagree. Lions attack the abdomen. Jared's fleece had no belly-level damage, and whatever killed him dragged a 30-pound toddler up a 45-degree talus slope a 3-year-old could not physically have climbed. Boulder Field. Previously searched area. Helicopter crash, missing and inside-out clothing, impossible elevation. Checklist 5. Alan Atadero died in April 2025. He never found out what took his son. Keith Parkins, Ritter, Oregon, April 10, 1952, 2 years old. playing with his older brothers on his grandparents' cattle ranch in the Blue Mountains of eastern Oregon. Patchy snow still on the ground because Ritter sits at 3,400 feet and spring comes late. The brothers went inside for lunch and left Keith by the barn. His mother noticed he hadn't followed them in. She went to look. He was gone. The Oregon of 1952 didn't have satellite phones or ATVs or GPS. What it had was neighbors. The word went out. Ranchers on horseback, local sheriff's deputies, family members spread across the hills in every direction through a cold night. 19 hours after he vanished, searchers found Keith, 12 miles from the ranch, face down in the snow, next to a frozen pond. Let me say that again. A 2-year-old, wearing a coat but no match for the terrain, traveled 12 miles across rugged Blue Mountain country, ridges, ravines, creeks, barbed wire fences, snow, in 19 hours. Adult hikers in good shape don't do 12 miles of that terrain in 19 hours. A toddler did it, alone, at night, in April. Keith survived. He was cold and disoriented, but alive. He had no memory of how he got there. Read the profile points: proximity to water, impossible distance, previously searched area, young child with no recollection. A full house. Keith Parkins grew up, lived a normal life, and never remembered what happened between the barn and the pond. Dior Kunz. Timber Creek Campground, Idaho, July 10, 2015. The modern case. The one the missing 411 community is quietest about because it's the one where the profile points bend in a very different direction. 2 years old. Shaggy blonde hair, blue pajama pants, camo jacket, cowboy boots, 2 sizes too big for him that he was clumping around the campsite in, according to witness Isaac Reinwand. His parents, Jessica Mitchell and Vernal Dior Kunz Sr., had driven from Idaho Falls the day before to a remote campground near Leadore, about 125 miles away, with Dior's great-grandfather Robert Walton and Walton's friend Reinwand. Dior was last confirmed seen around the campfire that morning. At some point in the early afternoon, he wasn't there anymore. His parents called 911 shortly after 2:30 p.m. The story, initially, was that the parents thought the great-grandfather was watching him. The great-grandfather thought the parents were. A momentary gap in supervision. Lost toddler. In 2015, it was treated as exactly that. Then the timeline started falling apart. The parents said they'd driven Dior to the Stage Stop convenience store in Leadore around 1 p.m. that day. The store clerk said the blonde boy came in around 6 p.m. the night before. The parents said the clerk was mistaken. Both parents voluntarily took polygraphs. Both failed. In January 2016, Lemhi County Sheriff Lynn Bowerman, who'd initially ruled out foul play, publicly named them suspects. They know where he is, absolutely, Bowerman told KBOI. They've been less than truthful from day one. Private investigators hired by the family, and later fired, ruled out animal attack and kidnapping. No charges have ever been filed. Walton died in 2019. The parents split up. Mitchell still denies involvement. Kunz's attorney says he 1,000% had nothing to do with his son's disappearance. 10 years later, the Lemhi County Sheriff's Office conducts an annual search of Timber Creek Campground. Nothing has ever been found. Here's what Dior Kunz Jr. means for missing 411. You can be a true believer in the phenomenon. You can check every profile point. Remote campground, proximity to water, toddler vanished within minutes, inexplicable disappearance. And you can also recognize that the parents' inconsistent statements, 2 failed polygraphs, and a sheriff's direct public accusation are what investigators call priors. Not every case that looks like missing 411 from 30 feet away is missing 411 from 3 feet away. Some of them are exactly what the profile is designed to hide, which is a hell of a note to leave on, because whatever actually happened to Dior Kunz Jr. at Timber Creek Campground on July 10, 2015, and 20 years of investigators have not been able to tell you with certainty. The one thing everyone agrees on is that a 2-year-old boy in oversized cowboy boots didn't walk out of that campsite on his own. 4 children, 4 wildernesses, 4 families. Some of the best-known cases in the missing 411 archive. All of them unsolved. All of them from the last 75 years. The profile isn't a theory. The profile is what parents say when the searchers go home. Everything I need is locked down. Key confirmed details. The warning commenter was Lemhi Kilmister. The exact phrasing of the warning, the fact that the phone was placed on a rock, not dropped, the camera was exploratory in the shaft and found nothing, Sherion's exact claim that Kenny would not take medication or see a doctor, and the financial distress clue, failed Shark Tank audition attempting to sell his house. Writing now. The M Cave, Nevada, November 10th, 2014. The first two cases in this video happened in a world of rotary phones and paper maps and search teams coordinating by two-way radio. Dennis Martin vanished when Richard Nixon had been president for 6 months. Stacy Arras vanished when MTV had been on the air for 17 days. Kenny Veach vanished while he was typing on YouTube. Different case, different century, different rules. And I'll say this up front, possibly a case that doesn't actually belong in a missing 411 catalog at all, for reasons we'll get to. But the cultural gravity is undeniable. When the missing 411 community went viral on TikTok in the early 2020s, Kenny Veach was one of the 3 or 4 cases that powered the whole phenomenon into a new generation. If you're under 30 and you know one missing 411 case, there's a decent chance this is it. Also, unlike every case we've covered so far, you can watch the victim's own videos right now. They're still on YouTube. The channel is called Snakebit MG. 5 uploads. Kenny's still up there, narrating to the camera, alive in 2014. Here's how it went. Kenneth Lee, Kenny Veach, was born in 1967 in Las Vegas, 47 years old at his disappearance. An experienced solo hiker who'd spent 2 decades roaming the Mojave and Great Basin deserts. "I solo hike across mountaintops that most people wouldn't dare go," he wrote in one YouTube comment. "I have been in more caves than I can count. I play with rattlesnakes for fun." His handle came from a real-life incident in which he was, yes, bit by a rattlesnake. He documented his hikes sporadically on his own channel. He was more active as a commenter on other people's videos, particularly videos about the desert, Area 51, and the secretive military territory around Nellis Air Force Base. In mid-2014, Kenny left this comment on a video called "Son of an Area 51 Technician," posted by the channel Serious Disclosure. "One time during one of my hikes out by Nellis Air Force Base, I found a hidden cave. The entrance to the cave was shaped like a perfect capital M. I always enter every cave I find, but as I began to enter this particular cave, my whole body began to vibrate. The closer I got to the cave entrance, the worse the vibrating became. Suddenly, I became very scared and hightailed it out of there. That was one of the strangest things that ever happened to me." The comment got attention. A lot of attention. People demanded proof. Skeptics called him a liar. Some believers encouraged him to go back with a camera. And one user, posting under the handle Lemmy Kilmister, left a reply that will turn out to be the single most quoted piece of text in the entire missing 411 TikTok economy. "No, don't go back there. If you find that cave entrance, don't go in. If you do, you won't get out." Kenny went back. His second trip, in October 2014, was the one he filmed. The resulting video, M Cave Hike, uploaded October 18, 2014, is still available on his channel. Runtime about 9 minutes. Kenny is wearing a red bandana, carrying a 9mm handgun, narrating in real time as he hikes deep into the Sheep Range, a mountain chain north of Las Vegas inside the Desert National Wildlife Refuge, bordering the Nevada Test and Training Range, roughly 40 miles from Area 51 proper. He doesn't find the cave. He does, however, mention one detail that has taken on outsized weight in subsequent retellings. Somewhere on that trip, he noticed a solid black ram watching him from a ridge. Not running, not grazing, just watching. Kenny described the ram as tracking him throughout the hike, appearing on different ridges as he moved through the terrain. Desert bighorn sheep come in a range of brown and gray coloration. Pure black rams are not a normal phenotype. Whether Kenny saw what he thought he saw, or misidentified a shadowed animal, or was seeing what a man alone in the desert sometimes sees after 8 hours of sun, nobody can say. The ram is in the archival record. It's in his own narration. Take it or leave it. He returned home without the cave. His viewers mocked him. He promised a third trip. This time, he wrote, he'd bring a GoPro and document everything. On November 10th, 2014, Kenny told his girlfriend Sherry-Ann Pilgrim he was heading out for a short, overnight trip. He took his white Honda CR-V, a cell phone, his 9mm handgun, and basic supplies. He did not take his GoPro, he did not take his GPS, he did not take camping equipment for extended stay. When 3 days turned into a week without contact, Sherry-Ann reported him missing. The official missing persons report, filed with Las Vegas Metro on November 17, kicked off a Red Rock search and rescue operation that would include helicopters, ground teams, and K-9 units combing the sheep range for Kenny Veach. They found his CR-V parked at the trailhead, untouched. On November 22, 2014, 12 days after he'd left, searchers found his cell phone. It was resting on a rock, near the opening of an abandoned vertical mine shaft, placed, not dropped. The mine shaft was the same one Kenny had stood next to in the opening frames of his M-Cave hike video. Red Rock SAR Commander Dave Cummings told News 3 Las Vegas, "We found his cell phone close to a very vertical old mine shaft and we can't find another trail. It doesn't mean that he's down the mine shaft, but we have tracked him as far as we can." Specialists lowered cameras into the shaft. They found no body, no signs of recent disturbance, no blood. Nothing. That's everything anyone has ever found of Kenny Veach. A phone on a rock at the entrance to a hole in the ground. So what happened? This is where the case gets honest. 3 theories stand up to scrutiny, and one of them is much more likely than the others. Theory 1. The M-Cave got him. Area 51 conspiracy, underground military base, something anomalous. The adjacency to Nellis is real. The Nevada Test and Training Range has decades of classified activity, including nuclear testing and, per public records, chemical weapons disposal. It is not impossible that Kenny stumbled onto something he wasn't meant to see. It is also not impossible that the M-Cave was a real geological feature Kenny felt vibrations in due to underground military activity or a natural subsurface harmonic. But no one has ever found the cave despite multiple follow-up expeditions, satellite analysis, and GPS retracing of his routes. And the idea that the US government disappears random desert hikers to protect Black Project secrets requires a level of operational commitment that frankly, the US government has not historically demonstrated when simpler options like ignore the guy are available. Theory 2. Suicide. Several months after his disappearance, Sherry-Ann Pilgrim, the woman who filed the missing persons report, posted a long comment on the M-Cave hike video. Key passage. "I want you to know that I do not think Kenny had an accident. I believe he committed suicide. He battled depression for many years and would not take medication or see a doctor. They did find his cell phone by the mine shaft in the video. It is my feeling he left it behind so that he could not be tracked from the GPS in it. He also did not take his video camera with him on this solo hike. It was left in his home. So he had no intention of filming everything." She also noted that Kenny had told her that if he ever did decide to take his life, no one will ever find me. The suicide theory has the cleanest fit with the physical evidence. The phone wasn't dropped, it was placed. The GoPro was left home. The GPS was left home. The intent appears to have been terminal, and the desert around the sheep range is, as anyone familiar with it will tell you, a region of thousands of unmapped mine shafts and crevices where a body can go down and never come up. If that was the plan, it was a plan that worked. Other circumstantial evidence supports this theory. Kenny's YouTube channel contains a failed audition for Shark Tank and what appears to be a desperate attempt to sell his own house while continuing to live in it as a caretaker. He was in financial distress. His relationship status is disputed. His girlfriend is the single person closest to him who could speak to his mental state, and she said what she said. Theory 3. The desert. The mundane option. Kenny was a skilled solo hiker, but even skilled solo hikers die in the Mojave. Dehydration, heat exhaustion, a fall into a crevice, a rattlesnake bite in the wrong place at the wrong time. Maybe he got hurt, wandered off the known route, and perished somewhere search teams haven't walked. That's the desert. Every week, somewhere in Nevada. Here's what's honest. If you put the Kenny Veach case on a table alongside Dennis Martin and Stacy Arras, 2 things become obvious very fast. The profile points don't fit as cleanly. No sudden weather, no storm, no uncooperative search dogs. no witnesses of a point of separation. The proximity to water is limited to the desert's usual dry washes. There's no cluster, no other disappearances nearby that pattern match this one. What Kenny Veach has going for him in the missing 411 canon is mystique. An internet-age ghost story, a viral comment, a warning ignored, a black ram on a ridge, a phone on a rock. A case that, stripped of its horror movie structure, probably resolves, painfully, prosaically, into a man with untreated depression who knew a lot of places nobody would ever find him. Which would be sad, which might also be true. The cave, as far as anyone can prove, never existed. And Kenny Veach, as far as anyone can prove, went looking for it anyway. Plumas National Forest, California, February 24th, 1978. This is the one that breaks people. Dennis Martin is a 6-year-old behind a bush. Stacy Arras is a 14-year-old around a bend in a trail. Kenny Veach is a solo hiker with a known history of depression. They are, each in their own way, comprehensible tragedies. The profile points pile up, but you can draw a line from setup to outcome. The Yuba County Five is the case where the line breaks into 5 separate lines, and none of them lead anywhere. Meet the boys. That's what their families called them, the boys, even though they ranged in age from 24 to 32. Ted Wire was 32, the oldest. A gentle giant at 6'2" and 200 pounds who liked to greet strangers on the street. Jack Madruga was 30, an Army veteran. The group's driver, proud owner of a turquoise and white 1969 Mercury Montego, he cherished and maintained obsessively. Bill Sterling was 29, deeply religious, spent his days at the local library studying theology. Jackie Hewitt was 24, diagnosed with mild learning disabilities inseparable from Ted Wire. And Gary Mathias was 25, the odd man out in the group, because Gary didn't have an intellectual disability. Gary had paranoid schizophrenia, diagnosed after an army discharge in West Germany, where a drug habit had triggered his first psychotic break. By February 1978, Gary had been stable on trifluoperazine and benztropine for 2 years. His psychiatrist called him one of our sterling success cases. The 5 of them played basketball together at the Yuba City Vocational Rehabilitation Center on the Gateway Gators, a Special Olympics team. On the morning of Friday, February 24th, 1978, they were preparing to compete the next day in a Special Olympics tournament in Sacramento. The winners would get an all-expenses-paid trip to Los Angeles, including tickets to Disneyland. The boys wanted this badly. They had laid their uniforms out. Ted's mother, Imogene, had washed his new high-top sneakers at his request. Gary reminded his mother not to let him oversleep. That night, they made what should have been a simple detour. A 46-mile drive north to Chico State to watch a college basketball game. They got there. They watched UC Davis play Chico State. They stopped at Bears Market 3 blocks from the arena just before 10 p.m., bought candy bars and chocolate milk for the ride home, and were captured on the convenience store film walking out to the car. That's the last confirmed sighting of any of them, ever. Yuba City is a straight shot south on Route 70. An hour and change. Easy drive. The next morning, none of them had come home. Ted's bed was empty. Bill's bed was empty. The families called each other, then called the police. By Saturday afternoon, the day of the tournament, law enforcement in 4 counties was looking for the turquoise Mercury. On Tuesday, February 28th, a park ranger in Plumas National Forest spotted Jack Madruga's Montego abandoned on a snow-covered logging road, 70 miles northeast of Chico, in the wrong direction. On a gravel road climbing into the Sierra Nevada at 4,500 feet elevation, in February snowpack, on a road the average driver would never attempt. Certainly not in a 1969 Mercury with standard tires. The car was examined. What investigators found made no sense. The Montego's undercarriage was undamaged. The rutted, icy logging road should have torn up a lowered sedan. But the car had been driven up it with either astonishing care or intimate knowledge of the road. Jack Madruga had neither. He was meticulous about that car. He never would have driven it up that road. His family said so. Every investigator since said so. And the physical evidence says so too. The keys were gone. The doors were unlocked. One window was rolled down. The car had a quarter tank of gas, enough to have turned around and driven back out. The wheels spun in loose snow, but the car was not actually stuck. 5 athletic adult men could have pushed it free in 30 seconds. Inside were candy wrappers, empty milk cartons, and, significantly, the men's road maps, still in the glove compartment, unopened. The snow that had fallen after the car was abandoned meant no footprints. A blizzard moved in the day searchers arrived, nearly lost the search teams in their own snowcats. Further efforts were suspended, and then nothing. For 3 months. 4 families, 3 counties, a multi-jurisdictional task force, and nothing. Until June 4th, 1978. When most of the high-elevation snow had finally melted, a group of motorcyclists exploring trails in Plumas National Forest came upon a U.S. Forest Service trailer, 19 miles up that same logging road from where the Montego had been found. The trailer was a seasonal staging point for forest personnel, closed for winter, unstaffed, locked. The front window was broken. The bikers pushed the door open. Ted Weyer was stretched out on a bed inside, wrapped in 8 Forest Service sheets. The autopsy would later show he had lived in that trailer for somewhere between 8 and 13 weeks after the night he vanished. He had lost nearly half his body weight, down from 200 pounds to around 100. His beard had grown from clean-shaven to full. His feet were badly frostbitten, almost gangrenous, which would have made walking impossible toward the end. He died of a combination of starvation and hypothermia. Here's what makes this case different from every other case in this video. Ted Weyer starved to death inside a trailer containing an ample supply of food. A locker in an adjacent shed held enough canned goods to feed all 5 men for a year. Another shed had matches, propane, and fuel. There were heating materials inside the trailer itself. Ted did not use any of it. On the table next to the bed where he died were his wallet with cash still in it, his gold necklace, his nickel ring with Ted engraved on it, and a gold Waltham watch that did not belong to any of the boys and has never been identified. Gary Mathias's tennis shoes were in the trailer. Ted Weyer's shoes were not on his body and were never found. The sheets on Weyer, 8 of them, pulled up over his head, had been placed there by someone else. His gangrenous feet would have made the motion too painful for him to manage. Someone was with him. Someone covered him. And someone, presumably wearing Ted's leather shoes because they fit a frostbitten larger foot better than Gary's sneakers, walked out of that trailer before the bikers found it. Over the next 2 days, searchers working the road between the car and the trailer found the remains of 3 more men. Jack Madruga and Bill Sterling were discovered on opposite sides of the logging road, 11.4 miles from the car. Only bones remained. Both died of hypothermia. Forensics suggested one sat down in the snow as the hypothermia took him, and the other sat beside him until he also died. Jackie Hewitt's bones were found further up the road, a pair of Levi's, his shoes, and a spine. His father, accompanying the searchers, found the backbone himself. A skull was located 100 yards downhill the next day. Identification was made through dental records. A quarter-mile northwest of the trailer, searchers found 3 folded Forest Service blankets and a rusted 2-cell flashlight. The flashlight had been turned off. Gary Mathias was never found. Now the witness. A 55-year-old man from Sacramento named Joseph Shans had been on that same logging road the night of February 24th. He had a cabin further up and was checking the snow conditions in advance of a weekend family ski trip. At 5:30 p.m., 150 feet up the road from where the Montego would later be parked, Shans got stuck in the snow himself. Trying to free his car, he began experiencing chest pain and the early symptoms of what doctors would later confirm was a mild heart attack. He retreated to his vehicle, left the engine running for heat, and waited. 6 hours later, at approximately 11:30 p.m., Shans told police he heard voices. He got out of his car. He saw a vehicle parked behind him with its headlights on. A group of people milling around it in the glare, men, and one figure he thought was a woman carrying a baby. He called out for help. The headlights went off. The voices went silent. 2 hours later, he saw flashlight beams coming up the road behind him. He called out again. The flashlights went off. He heard whistling noises in the dark. Sometime before dawn, Shans's car ran out of gas and the heat failed. When the pain subsided enough to move, he walked 8 miles down the road to a lodge. On the way, he passed Jack Madruga's Mercury Montego parked where he had heard the voices. Ted Wyer's mother, when told that someone had called for help and the boys had gone silent and disappeared, shook her head. That wasn't Ted, she said. Ted and Bill Sterling had once driven a neighbor to the hospital after a Valium overdose. Ted would not have ignored a cry for help. Sconz's story has problems. Doctors confirmed he was having a heart attack. He was in severe pain, possibly oxygen-deprived, definitely impaired. His account of the group members and the woman with the baby shifted across retellings. The whistling has never been corroborated, but he had no reason to invent the core story, and the timing places him on the exact stretch of road, on the exact night where the Montego came to rest. In October 2020, the Yuba County Sheriff's Office issued an internal memo reclassifying Gary Mathias's case as a missing person homicide. Gary is now officially listed as presumed a victim of foul play. The memo explicitly stated the information was not to be shared with his family. What happened on that mountain? Nobody knows. The current best reconstruction runs something like this. The men took a wrong turn near Oroville, possibly to visit friends Gary had in Forbestown. They kept driving, got deep into territory none of them knew. The car became briefly stuck. For reasons no one has ever explained, they abandoned a working vehicle with a quarter tank of gas in a logging road at night in February and walked 19 miles up the mountain, in the wrong direction, to a Forest Service trailer that none of them knew existed. A snowcat had plowed that road on Thursday, February 23rd. It's possible the boys followed the fresh snowcat tracks uphill, believing the tracks would lead to shelter. 3 of them died along the way. Ted Wyer made it to the trailer. Someone made it with him, wrapped him in sheets, and left. That someone was almost certainly Gary Mathias, and whatever Gary did next, if it was Gary, he did in Ted Wyer's shoes. Paulides put the Yuba County Five in his early books and cited them as a signature case for the intellectual extremes profile point. He's right that the case fits, but it fits only that point. The rest of Missing 411's 12 fingerprints barely touch this one. What's here isn't fingerprints. What's here is 5 men in a car and an unknown woman with a baby, and a whistling in the dark, and a cabin full of food nobody ate. 4 of the Yuba County Five went into the Plumas National Forest on February 24, 1978, and came home in boxes. 1 of them didn't come home at all. In 2019, David Paulides released his second documentary, Missing 411, The Hunted. 5 cases, all hunters, all experienced, all armed. None of them ever fired their weapons. The hunter cases are in some ways the strongest argument for Paulides' thesis, and also the cases where his critics most aggressively push back. Because here's the inconvenient truth that even the skeptics have to wrestle with. Hunters know the woods. They're equipped, they're armed. They've usually told someone exactly where they'd be. And when they don't come back, the cases get weirder, not more comprehensible. Packs left intact, rifles found leaning against trees, bows still in quivers, vehicles parked at the trailhead with the keys in the ignition, camp set up, coffee made, hunter gone, 3 cases, 3 woodsmen, 3 holes in the map. Bart Schleyer, Reed Lakes, Yukon Territory, Canada. September 2004. If you were going to design a man capable of surviving anywhere on the North American continent, you would design Bart Schleyer. 49 years old at his disappearance. Master's degree in wildlife biology from Montana State. Worked for the interagency grizzly bear study team in Yellowstone in the 1980s, where his job, I'm not editorializing, this was literally his job, was to crawl into the backcountry, find 500-pound grizzly bears, snare them, dart them, and put radio collars on them. He did the same thing with Siberian tigers in Russia, with tigers in Nepal, with tigers in Bangladesh. He was, by every account from people who knew him, one of the finest woodsmen anywhere on Earth. He hunted with a longbow he made himself, modeled on a 4,700-year-old design and crafted from Russian ash and tiger sinew. Outdoor life called him the last wild man. On September 14, 2004, a chartered float plane dropped Bart at the larger of the Reed Lakes in the Yukon Territory for a 2-week solo moose hunt. He had pepper spray, a knife, a VHF radio, an inflatable boat, and a fully provisioned base camp. He had hunted this country before. He was a permanent Canadian resident specifically so he could hunt alone in places other people couldn't. When the float plane returned on September 27 for the scheduled pickup, Bart wasn't there. The camp was undisturbed. The food container was unopened. There was no campfire. The pepper spray was on the ground, capped. The VHF radio was where he'd left it. His sleeping bag was missing from the tent. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police searched briefly and left without finding him. A friend named Dib Williams refused to accept that. He went back. On October 3rd, civilian volunteers found Bart's bow leaning against a spruce tree about half a mile from camp, on a shoreline configured exactly the way an experienced bow hunter would set up to call a moose. 60 meters away, they found his baseball cap, undamaged, camouflage pants, a camera, a few small bones, part of a skull. Dental records confirmed the remains were Schleier's. The official explanation is grizzly bear. There was scat in the area. The Yukon has bears. Here's why some of his closest friends don't buy it. The cap had no damage, no tooth marks, no blood, no tearing. The dry bag he'd been sitting on while calling moose was undisturbed. His base camp, half a mile away, was untouched, and a grizzly bold enough to take down a man would absolutely have raided that camp afterward. Bart Schleier had stalked within 25 yards of a Kodiak bear and killed it with a single arrow. He'd been ambushed by aggressive grizzlies on jobs and walked away. The notion that a bear caught him by surprise, Bart Schleier, a man whose entire career was knowing exactly when a 500-pound predator was about to charge him, strains credulity. Bow against a tree, hat without a mark, camp untouched, a few bones, master tracker gone. Mike Heron, Happy Valley, Tennessee, August 23, 2008, 51 years old. Born and raised in the Great Smoky Mountains, third-generation home builder, owned a 100-acre family farm in Happy Valley, Tennessee that backed directly onto the Abrams Creek section of Great Smoky Mountains National Park. He'd worked for the National Park Service in his youth, trimming trails. He knew this land the way you know your own hallway. On the morning of Saturday, August 23, 2008, Mike called his sons Matt and Andy to tell them he was loading the lawnmower onto his trailer and heading up to Happy Valley to mow the property. Around 10 a.m., he passed his son Andy on Gateway Road, waving from his truck. Around noon, neighbors saw him pull into his driveway, hop out of the truck, climb on his ATV, and ride off. They assumed to check on something or take a quick lap of the property before mowing. Mike never came back to the lawnmower. When the family checked on him the next day, they found his truck parked at the end of the driveway, unlocked, windows down. His wallet was on the dashboard, his driver's license, his credit cards, his gun. Everything he would have taken with him if he'd planned to be gone any length of time. The lawnmower was still on the trailer, unloaded. The trailer was still attached. 3 days later, on August 26, a friend found Mike's ATV. Backed into a thicket of bushes about 30 yards off Happy Valley Loop, roughly a mile from his property. On a road Mike was not known to frequent. Keys still in the ignition, engine in high gear, kill switch off. That's where the trail ends. Mike's neighbor Grady Whitehead, a former Great Smoky Mountains park ranger from 1955 to 1988, a man who knew tracking and that specific terrain, led private search parties for weeks. He found nothing. No broken twigs, no bent foliage, no blood, no torn cloth. Not a single physical sign that Mike had ever stepped off the ATV. The current best theory is that Mike Heron stumbled onto an illegal marijuana grow operation in the federal forest and was killed to keep him quiet. A real documented phenomenon in the Smokies during that era. The Heron family believes foul play. Local Detective Sergeant Mike Surratt, working the case for Blount County Sheriff's Office, has said it's one of the strangest cases he's ever investigated, 17 years on. 2 grandsons born after his disappearance. Mike Heron is still gone. Garrett Bardsley, Uinta Mountains, Utah, August 20th, 2004. I know what you're thinking. 12 years old isn't a hunter. You're right, but Garrett Bardsley vanished in hunter country in a way that hits the hunted profile so cleanly it's been adopted into the canon, despite him being a Boy Scout. The morning of August 20th, 2004, 12-year-old Garrett and his father Kevin got up early at a Boy Scout camping trip and walked down to Kubacki Lake No. 1 in the Uinta Mountains for some pre-breakfast fishing. Kubacki sits at 10,426 feet. Their campsite, Kubacki No. 4, where 18 scouts and 7 adults had been camping since the day before, was 150 to 250 feet up the hill from the lake. A trail Garrett had walked multiple times. Garrett got his shoes, pants, and socks soaked while fishing. He told his dad he was going to walk back to camp to change, 5 minutes max, and come right back. Kevin, watching his son start up the familiar trail, kept fishing. 20 minutes later, when Garrett didn't return, Kevin walked back to camp. None of the scouts had seen Garrett. None of the adults had seen Garrett. The boy had been on a trail under 250 feet long, between 2 known points, with witnesses at both ends. The search began within 15 minutes of his disappearance, almost unheard of speed for a wilderness case. 200 volunteers, search dogs, helicopters, grid searches across a 3-mile radius. 5 days in, on August 25th, searchers found one of Garrett's Nike socks in a boulder field about half a mile from where he'd last been seen. The sock looked, in Sheriff Dave Edmonds' words, like it was taken off of a wet foot, wadded up, very consistent with what we know about Garrett. That's everything anyone has ever found. The sock. Not the matching sock. Not his shoes. Not his pants. Not his sweatshirt. Not the ice fishing pole he was carrying. The official search was called off after 9 days. Kevin Bardsley founded the Garrett Bardsley Foundation to fund search and rescue improvements and aid families of missing persons. He kept searching personally every weekend through fall 2004 until snow made it impossible. 20 years later, the family is still looking. Boulder field, wet socks, disappearance in transit between 2 adult supervised points, trail walked many times, search dogs that found nothing, 5 fingerprints on the profile point checklist. In 2009, America's Most Wanted relayed a tip from Elko, Nevada, a woman who was 20% sure she had seen Garrett, then 17, in a Smith's grocery store with 2 unidentified men. Summit County investigators retrieved the security footage, ran it down, and could not confirm. Garrett's mother, Heidi, has said in interviews that as a parent of a missing child, you live with 2 impossible thoughts forever: that he's dead, and that he's alive somewhere, and someone has him. Both thoughts are still on the table. 3 woodsmen, one a 50-something rural builder, one a master tracker who studied apex predators for a living, one a 12-year-old in wet socks. Different decades, different states, different forests, same outcome. The Hunter's files and Paulides' archive run thick. There are dozens more cases just like these. The pattern Paulides claims to see is that armed, equipped, experienced people in country they know don't usually disappear without firing a shot. When they do, something has gone wrong on the ground that the standard explanations, accident, animal attack, getting lost, don't fully account for. The skeptical read is that Paulides cherry-picks cases that fit his pattern and ignores the larger pool of hunter deaths that resolve cleanly into hypothermia and falls. Fair. That criticism has weight, but every case in this chapter has a detail that won't sit down. Bart's hat without a mark, Mike's ATV with the kill switch off, Garrett's sock in the boulders. These are cases the skeptics need to engage with. Some of them have, most of them haven't. And in the meantime, the families are still going to bed every night with the same phone next to them, set to maximum volume, just in case someone calls with news. Most of them never do. Haverhill, New Hampshire, February 9th, 2004. I want to do something different with this one. Up until now, every case in this video has been on what you might call solid missing 411 ground. National park or wilderness adjacent. Profile points stack up. Paulides has written about each of them at length. Skeptical readings are available, but the cases earn their place in the canon. Maura Murray is on the edge. She's not technically a national park case. She didn't disappear from a trail. The crash that started everything was on a rural state highway, not a wilderness path. Some hardcore Paulides fans don't include her at all. but she's in the hunted-adjacent White Mountains. She vanished into terrain a few miles from the Appalachian Trail. Her disappearance is the most thoroughly investigated, most internet-obsessed, most legally fraught missing persons case of the 21st century, and it has been categorized at various times as a missing 401 case, a true crime case, a runaway, a suicide, and a homicide. As of February 9th, 2026, 3 months ago, the 22nd anniversary, it is officially classified by the New Hampshire Cold Case Unit as a suspicious disappearance, which is the cleaned-up legal phrase for we think someone took her. So we're going to walk it carefully, because Maura's family is alive, because people the internet has accused are still alive, because in 22 years of every armchair detective on Reddit running their own investigation, the actual answer has not gotten closer. It has gotten more obscured by noise. And because Maura herself, aged 21 in 2004, would now be 43 years old, and somewhere there is a 43-year-old woman who used to be a competitive runner and a nursing student, and the fourth of 5 children in a close-knit Irish Catholic family from Massachusetts, and we owe her a careful version of her own story. Here's what we know. Maura Murray was born May 4th, 1982 in Hanson, Massachusetts. By February 2004, she was 21 years old, 6 weeks from her birthday, finishing a nursing degree at UMass Amherst after transferring from West Point. By every account, a high-functioning, ambitious, athletic young woman. She had a boyfriend, Bill Roche, an Army ROTC cadet stationed in Oklahoma. She had a part-time job in campus security. She had, and this matters for what comes next, a couple of recent life pressures. A pending court case for credit card fraud, allegedly using a roommate's father's credit card numbers to order pizza and other items in late 2003. Concerns about whether the conviction would derail her nursing license. A car accident on the Massachusetts Turnpike on February 6th, 3 days before her disappearance, that totaled her father's car. A boyfriend in Oklahoma whose relationship status is, depending on whose telling you believe, either solid or fraying. On Monday, February 9th, 2004, Maura emailed her professors saying there had been a death in the family and she would be away from class for a week. The death was a fiction. No relative had died. She emailed her boyfriend a similar story. She packed her laptop, textbooks, and personal items into her car, a black Saturn sedan, and drove off campus. At 3:30 p.m., an ATM camera in Amherst captured her withdrawing $280, almost the maximum daily limit. She was wearing a dark coat and jeans. She appeared calm. At approximately 3:45 p.m., she walked into a liquor store and bought roughly $40 worth of alcohol, Bailey's, Kahlua, vodka, and a box of Franzia wine. She paid in cash and left alone. She drove north toward New Hampshire. 2.5 hours. A highway route she'd told no one she was taking. To this day, no one has confirmed her destination. The most enduring guess is the Bartlett area in the White Mountains, where the Murray family had vacationed, and where her father remembered Maura mentioning a property she liked. But there's no booking, no reservation, no confirmation that's where she was going. At 7:27 p.m., on Route 112 in Haverhill, New Hampshire, Wild Amanusuck Road, if you want a road name straight out of a Stephen King novel, Maura's Saturn went off the road on a gentle curve and struck a tree. The crash damaged the front of the car. She was not visibly injured. A neighbor saw the crash and called 911 at 7:43 p.m. Faith Westman, the neighbor, watched from her window. School bus driver Butch Atwood, who lived 2 houses down, saw the wreck on his way home and pulled over. Atwood asked Maura if she was hurt. She said, "I'm just shook up." He offered to call the police. She refused. She said she'd already called AAA. She had not called AAA. There was no cell service on that stretch of Route 112. Atwood drove home about 80 yards and called 911 at 7:46 p.m. New Hampshire State Police arrived approximately 7 minutes later. Maura was gone. The car was locked. The keys were missing. A red rag was wedged into the cracked windshield in a way investigators initially read as an attempt to indicate breakdown. Her wine bottles were in the passenger compartment. Her laptop bag, books, and personal effects were in the car. Her cell phone was missing. The trooper on scene noted a strong smell of alcohol in the vehicle. There were no footprints leading away from the car. Snow had been falling that evening, light at the time of the crash, picking up after, but enough that any departure on foot through the surrounding terrain should have left some trace. Tracking dogs deployed the following morning lost Maura's scent within 100 yards of the car, in the direction of the road, not the woods. This is the entire physical evidence base for what is now a 22-year-old missing persons case. Now the parts that turn it into the case, the internet won't let go of. In the 2 days before her disappearance, Maura made several phone calls and internet searches that have never been fully explained. Inquiries about renting a condominium in Bartlett, a printout of MapQuest directions to Burlington, Vermont, found in her dorm room, but Burlington is in the wrong direction from Haverhill. A late-night phone conversation with her boyfriend during which she became, by his account, deeply upset and possibly cried. A conversation that ended with her hanging up on him. A series of emails sent over the previous weekend that contained references and tones her family later described as out of character. On the morning of February 9th, before she left campus, she had reportedly called the campus police non-emergency line. Nobody knows why. After the crash, the search for Maura began in earnest. Her father, Fred Murray, drove up from Massachusetts and would, over the next 22 years, dedicate the rest of his life to finding her. Volunteer searches, private investigators, FOIA requests, a federal lawsuit against the New Hampshire State Police to obtain unredacted case files, repeated public criticism that the case was being treated as a runaway rather than the criminal investigation it almost certainly should have been. Fred Murray died in 2023 without ever knowing what happened to his daughter. Maura's sister Julie has carried the search forward. In 2014, the New Hampshire State Police officially upgraded the case from a missing persons investigation to a suspicious disappearance. Senior Assistant Attorney General Jeffrey Streldson had stated as early as 2009 that the state was treating it as a potential homicide. The 2014 reclassification made that posture official. The internet, in the meantime, has done what the internet does. The case is the subject of 2 major podcasts, including the multi-season Missing Maura Murray, a James Renner book called True Crime Addict, multiple documentary specials, and a body of YouTube content too vast to count. Every person who lived in the Haverhill-Woodsville area in February 2004 has been, at some point, accused on a Reddit thread of being involved. Some of those accusations have approached defamation. Several have prompted legal threats. The Murray family has, for years, asked the true crime community to please refocus their attention away from local residents and onto credible leads. Here's the honest read on the theories. Foul play, the leading theory and the official posture of New Hampshire law enforcement. Maura got out of her crashed car, possibly walked or hitchhiked along Route 112, and was picked up, willingly or by force, by someone whose identity has never been established. The foul play read explains the missing footprints, because she got into a vehicle. The timeline, because she had 10 minutes max before police arrived, and the absence of remains, because she was disposed of elsewhere. It does not explain what she was doing on Route 112 in the first place. Walked into the woods. A small minority of investigators, including some who initially worked the case, have suggested she walked off into the surrounding forest and died of exposure that night. The temperature was in the teens. She was wearing a coat, but not winter gear. Multiple searches over 22 years, including grid sweeps with cadaver dogs, ground-penetrating radar, and recent searches in 2022 and 2024, have not recovered remains. The terrain around the crash site is steep, forested, and full of places where a body could rest for decades. But the absence of any trace, after this much searching, is itself an argument against this theory. Voluntary disappearance, James Renner's theory. The argument that Maura, facing the credit card case, the totaled car, possible relationship trouble, and pending professional consequences, planned a fresh start somewhere else and disappeared on her own terms. The Murray family rejects this. So does the FBI's Age Progression Initiative. They wouldn't have produced and released the 20th anniversary age progression photograph in 2024 if they believed she walked into a new life under a new name. The voluntary disappearance theory has problems. She left her wallet, Her ID, most of her money, and her car. That's not how people start over. The Brianna Maitland comparison. 25 days after Maura vanished, a 17-year-old waitress named Brianna Maitland walked out of the Black Lantern Inn in Montgomery, Vermont, around 11:20 p.m. on March 19, 2004. Her car was found the next day, abandoned, backed into the side of an old farmhouse 66 miles from Maura's crash site. She has never been seen since. The two cases share circumstances close enough that internet investigators have linked them for 2 decades. Vermont State Police and New Hampshire State Police have repeatedly stated on the record that they believe the cases are unrelated. But they share the same year, the same general region, the same demographic, and the same disturbing pattern. Young women, abandoned vehicles, no remains, no answers. So why is Maura Murray in a missing 411 video? Because of the geography. The crash site sits inside the larger New Hampshire White Mountains cluster. Paulides has identified the area is dense with experienced hiker and backcountry disappearances. The Geraldine Largay case from 2013 happened on the Appalachian Trail in Maine, just a few hours away. Because of the profile point partial fit, a young woman vanishes in seconds from the side of a road in mountain country, in winter weather that arrives in earnest right after the disappearance. Because the foot tracking dogs failed at exactly the radius, Paulides has flagged in dozens of other cases. And because Maura's case is what happens when the wilderness disappearance phenomenon collides with the modern internet, the modern legal system, and modern grief. Other missing 411 cases get told and retold. Maura's case has been autopsied by tens of thousands of armchair detectives, every minor inconsistency in the timeline picked apart, every neighbor in Haverhill villainized in turn. 22 years of digital echo, and the answer is no closer than it was at 7:53 p.m. on a snowy Monday night when state troopers walked up to a black Saturn and found nobody home. Maura's sister Julie said it best in a 2025 interview. "We have grappled with the fact that we will most likely never see Maura again, but I've never once thought that I needed to be okay with never having an answer." 22 years. A black Saturn against a tree. A red rag in the windshield, a young woman who told a stranger she was just shook up, and a road in the White Mountains called Wild Amanusak, which does not appear on any list of missing 411 clusters, but which has, by accident or design, swallowed a nursing student whole and never given anything back. If you know something, anything, call the New Hampshire Cold Case Unit at 603-271-2663. Maura's family is still waiting. We need to talk about the survivors. Most of this video has been about people who walked into the woods and never came out. That's the heart of missing 411, the absence at the end of the search. But Paulides built the second pillar of his thesis on the opposite phenomenon, the people who did come back, or were found, or in some cases, came back changed. These stories are arguably weirder than the disappearances. Because when someone vanishes, you can fill in the absence with whatever theory comforts you. When someone returns, they bring data with them. Memories, statements, physical evidence, sometimes a haircut they did not arrive with. And the data, when you look closely, often doesn't add up. 3 cases, 3 returns, one that's never finished returning. Casey Hathaway, Craven County, North Carolina, January 2019. 3 years old. He was playing in his great-grandmother's yard in Ernle, North Carolina, on the afternoon of Tuesday, January 22, 2019, with 2 cousins. His cousins came back inside without him. Casey didn't. The temperature that night dropped to 24 degrees. The rural woods around the property are dense, swampy, full of briar thickets. Search and rescue teams from across the state mobilized within hours. The FBI, NCIS, U.S. Marines, dozens of volunteers, K-9 units, helicopters, drones. A toddler in 24-degree wet conditions in dense vine and thorn was given hours, not days, by survival experts. For 3 days, search teams found nothing. Not a footprint. Not a piece of clothing. The volunteer base was so unsettled that some teams had to be turned away because they couldn't continue safely in the cold. On Thursday evening, January 24th, about 65 hours after he vanished. Searchers heard a child calling out for his mother in a tangle of vines and thorns about a quarter-mile from his great-grandmother's house. A volunteer named Shaver carried Casey out of the woods. The boy was cold, scratched up, dehydrated, but he was alive. And he was, by every available account, in remarkably good shape for a 3-year-old who had spent 2.5 nights alone in sub-freezing wilderness. Ordinary survival biology says he should not have been alive. The math just doesn't work for a 25-pound, 2-foot-4-inch toddler in those conditions. In the emergency room, Casey told his mother something. He'd had a friend. A bear had stayed with him. His Aunt Brianna posted on Facebook in the immediate aftermath. He hung out with a bear for 2 days. God sent him a friend to keep him safe. Craven County Sheriff Chip Hughes, on the record to local affiliate WCTI, said, "I don't know if that meant he saw a bear. I don't know if that meant a bear embraced him or what it meant. I thought it was a very cute story, and if that's what helped that child survive through this, you know what? I'm going to embrace that story." Major David McFadden of the Sheriff's Office told CNN, "There are bears in those woods. There's just no physical evidence one was with Casey." Take it as you want. A scared 3-year-old's pareidolia, projecting comfort onto a tree stump in the dark. A confabulated memory that helped him cope. A literal black bear in a region with documented populations, doing whatever black bears do when they encounter a tiny human. Or something else. Casey Hathaway is now 11 years old. As far as anyone knows, he's never expanded on the story. Stephen Kubacki, Saugatuck, Michigan, February 1978, May 1979. This is the case that shouldn't be possible. February 20th, 1978. Stephen Kubacki was 23 years old, a cross-country skiing enthusiast, and a senior at Hope College, a small Christian liberal arts school in Holland, Michigan. By all accounts, brilliant, free-spirited, into Dungeons and Dragons, an experienced outdoorsman who had climbed mountains in Europe during a study abroad year. He had 9 credits left to graduate. He was set to finish that spring. That afternoon, Stephen told his roommate he was going for a solo cross-country ski along the shore of Lake Michigan near Saugatuck. He'd done the route before. He didn't come back. The next day, snowmobilers found his skis, ski poles, and backpack abandoned on the frozen surface near the lake's edge. Search teams traced a 200-yard trail of footprints in the snow that led to the open ice and stopped. No body in the water. No body on the shore. No tracks heading away. Just the gear, the path, and the silence. Investigators concluded what investigators usually conclude. Stephen had fallen through a crack in the ice into Lake Michigan and drowned. The lake doesn't always give bodies back. The case was closed. His parents accepted his death. Hope College awarded him his degree posthumously, in absentia. 15 months later, May 5, 1979, Stephen Kubacki woke up in a field in Pittsfield, Massachusetts, 700 miles from where he had disappeared. He was alive. He was wearing clothes that weren't his. He was carrying a backpack he didn't recognize, full of maps suggesting extensive travel through unfamiliar regions of the United States. He was conscious, lucid, and had no memory of anything that had happened to him in the previous 15 months. He found his way to his aunt's house in Massachusetts and rang the doorbell. His family's reaction is not in the public record in any detail you can imagine. The official medical explanation is dissociative fugue, a rare psychiatric condition in which a person experiences sudden, complete memory loss combined with travel, sometimes assuming a new identity, with no recollection of the fugue state when normal consciousness returns. Documented cases exist. The diagnostic criteria fit Kubacki's apparent symptoms cleanly enough that this is the textbook explanation. The problems with that theory are non-trivial. Dissociative fugue typically lasts hours to days. 15 months is at the extreme outer edge of the medical literature, and it does not explain the abandoned ski equipment on the ice, the 200-yard trail leading to nothing, or the question of how Stephen Kubacki, in his alleged fugue state, survived a Michigan winter in cross-country ski clothes with nowhere to go. For 47 years, Stephen Kubacki refused to discuss what had happened during the missing 15 months. He earned a PhD in psychology. He built a quiet life. The case lived on in fringe mystery circles as a curiosity. the Lake Michigan Triangle's most famous victim who came back. In February 2026, 3 months ago, Kubacki published a memoir titled The Disappearances. The book cover, on his official website right now, hints at secret missions, hidden alliances, multiverse spiritual experiences, and journeys that spanned continents. Kubacki says he is finally ready to talk. What is in the book is, as of the date of this video, still being unpacked by the true mystery community. Whether his account holds up to scrutiny, whether it's a careful memoir of a fugue state recovered through decades of therapy, or whether it's something stranger, that's a story this video can't yet finish telling. What we can say is this. For 47 years, the most haunting open question in Lake Michigan history was what happened to Stephen Kubacki between February 1978 and May 1979. He says he knows now. Whether you believe him is up to you. Joshua Maddox, Woodland Park, Colorado, May 2008, August 2015. I'm including this case in the Survivors chapter for a reason. Josh Maddox is the case where someone should have come back and almost did and didn't. May 8, 2008. 18 years old, long blonde hair, 6 feet tall, 150 pounds. He told his sister Kate he was going for a walk, something he did all the time, the kind of thing the family barely registered. He never came back. His older brother Zachary had taken his own life 2 years earlier, the week of high school graduation. Josh had been struggling with that loss. The family had every reason, when he didn't return, to fear the worst. A missing persons report was filed 5 days later. The search covered the woods around Woodland Park. Foul play wasn't suspected. The most generous theory the family could hold on to was that Josh, 18, free-spirited, devastated, had run away to start a new life somewhere else. His sister Kate held that hope publicly for years. 7 years passed. In August 2015, a property developer named Chuck Murphy was demolishing an abandoned cabin in Woodland Park. The cabin had been derelict for a decade. As his crew tore down the chimney with an excavator, they found a body wedged inside. A young man, mummified, in the fetal position, knees above his head, one hand covering his face, wearing only a thin thermal shirt. The rest of his clothes were folded neatly inside the cabin, near the fireplace. A heavy wooden breakfast bar had been ripped from the kitchen wall and dragged across the room to block the fireplace from the inside. Dental records identified him as Joshua Maddox. The cabin was less than a mile from Joshua's family home, 2 blocks away by his sister's count. It had not been searched in 2008. The official ruling, by Teller County Coroner Al Bourne, was accidental death. Josh had attempted to enter the abandoned cabin by climbing down the chimney, gotten stuck, and died of dehydration or hypothermia. Cabin owner Chuck Murphy publicly disagreed. He had installed a heavy wire mesh grate at the top of the chimney decades before, designed to keep wildlife out, hung from steel hooks. He stated, on the record, "There's no way that guy crawled inside that chimney with that steel webbing. He didn't come down the chimney." The Teller County Sheriff's Office received anonymous tips after Josh's body was found. Multiple callers named a specific individual, a man with a violent criminal history, who had reportedly been seen with Josh in the days before his disappearance, and who was now in prison in Texas for a fatal stabbing in New Mexico. Investigators could not place him at the scene 7 years on. The case was officially closed as accidental. The neatly folded clothes are not in the official narrative. Neither is the breakfast bar dragged across the room. The Maddox family has chosen to accept the coroner's ruling. They have chosen this, in part because the alternative is to spend the rest of their lives wondering. And by every account, they have done their grieving and tried to move on. Josh Maddox's body was found 200 yards from streets walked by neighbors, 2 blocks from his own father's house. He had been there the entire 7 years. Sometimes the ones who come back as bones. 3 cases. A toddler who survived 3 days in 24-degree wilderness with the help of, by his own account, a bear. A college senior who vanished from frozen Lake Michigan in 1978, materialized in a Massachusetts field 700 miles east 15 months later, refused to explain it for 47 years, and just published a book. A high school graduate who walked half a mile from his front door, climbed into a chimney that should have been impossible to enter, and stayed there until 2015. Profile points across all three: water proximity, point of separation, previously searched areas, weather impact, missing or rearranged clothing, impossible geography. The fingerprints don't stop showing up just because the case ends with someone being found. The ones who came back are not, in Paulides' framework, evidence against his thesis. They are, in his telling, the most important evidence for it. Because the people who survive, when they remember anything at all, describe experiences that don't fit neat categories. Memory gaps, strange figures, unfamiliar terrain. A friend who was a bear. The skeptical read is straightforward and credible. Childhood confabulation, dissociative states, accident scene reconstruction error, and the mind's tendency to fill its own holes with comforting narratives. None of these mechanisms are exotic. All of them are well documented in the medical and psychological literature. They explain a great deal of what's in this chapter. What they don't explain is why so much of the data clusters around the same wilderness areas, in the same patterns, decade after decade. Or maybe they do. Maybe the wilderness is just where humans go to encounter the limits of their own minds, and the limits are what we mistake for monsters. We're going to spend Act 3 sorting through which is which. Right now, though, the bear is still there. The skis are still on the ice, and there's a chimney in Woodland Park, Colorado, that nobody's thinking about anymore. Oregon, a geography problem. We're gonna do this one differently. Every deep dive so far in this video has centered on a person: Dennis at Spencefield, Stacy at Sunrise, Kenny at the M Cave, the Yuba boys on a logging road, Bart on a Yukon shoreline, Maura beside a black Saturn. A name, a date, a vanishing. This chapter is about a place, because some of the strangest material in the Missing 411 archive isn't tied to one disappearance. It's tied to a single piece of geography that keeps eating people, decade after decade, and nobody has yet produced an explanation that adequately covers it. Welcome to Crater Lake. Let's start with what the lake is, geologically, because the geology matters. Roughly 7,700 years ago, a date so close to recorded human history that the Klamath people were already living in the area when it happened, a 12,000-foot stratovolcano named Mount Mazama detonated in one of the largest volcanic eruptions in North American history. The blast was estimated at 42 times the explosive force of Mount St. Helens in 1980. Ash from the eruption has been found from British Columbia to central Nevada. When the magma chamber emptied, the entire summit of the mountain collapsed inward, leaving a 2,148-foot deep caldera. Over the centuries that followed, snowmelt and rainfall filled the caldera with the cleanest, deepest, bluest water in the United States. Crater Lake, average depth 1,148 feet, maximum depth 1,949 feet. Ninth deepest lake on Earth. The Klamath people, whose ancestral territory includes the lake and who were almost certainly the only humans alive when Mount Mazama erupted, had and have a coherent oral tradition about the place. In their cosmology, the lake is the home of Lao, the chief of the underworld. The story in compressed form is this. Lao rose from the depths of the earth and made his home inside the volcano. He fell in love with the daughter of a Klamath chief, was rejected, and in fury threatened to destroy the human world with fire. The benevolent sky god Skell descended from the heavens to fight him. The two gods waged war atop Mount Mazama. Skell won. Lao was torn to pieces. His head was cast into the lake, what white settlers later named Wizard Island. The cliff where he was dismembered is called Lao Rock, and it's still on every park map. The Klamath, after all this, came to a working consensus. Don't go to the lake. Looking at it could kill you. Spending time near it would invite the attention of whatever still lived in the water. For thousands of years, when European explorers asked Klamath guides to lead them to Crater Lake, the guides flatly refused. In 1853, a prospector named John Wesley Hillman became the first known white American to lay eyes on the lake. He named it Deep Blue Lake. It would not become a national park until 1902, the sixth in the United States. And even then, the Klamath quietly considered the entire enterprise a poor idea. Modern visitors take in the view, snap photographs, and drive on. The Klamath, by and large, still don't go to the lake. So is Crater Lake a missing 411 cluster? The answer requires a small caveat. Crater Lake National Park is one of the least visited parks in the system. About 700,000 visitors per year on average, and many of those drive the rim road, take a photo, and leave. Compare that with Great Smoky Mountain's 12.9 million annual visitors, and Crater Lake should produce a tiny fraction of any park-related disappearances. It does not. It produces, by Paulides' count and by independent tallies, an outsized number of unresolved cases for its visitor volume. The cluster doesn't have to be enormous in absolute terms to be statistically anomalous. It just has to be denser than the math says it should be. 4 cases drawn from the documented record. Charles McCullough, January 1975. A 23-year-old amateur photographer from Virginia who was traveling the country trying to photograph every national park. On January 29, 1975, he took a Greyhound bus from Eugene, Oregon, toward Crater Lake. A park ranger gave him a ride from the Diamond Lake area to the park entrance on January 30th, into snow that ranged from 2 to 7.5 feet deep, in temperatures well below freezing. He was wearing summer hiking gear, no tent, no snowshoes, no skis. He vanished. 21 months later, on October 18, 1976, 2 hikers walking the Pacific Crest Trail came across a weathered backpack and a Volkswagen Key in a remote canyon by Bybee Creek. Park rangers responded and within hours found a human skull, a jawbone, and scattered remains. Charles McCullough had died 12 miles from the trailhead, across terrain that, on the day he disappeared, was buried under 7.5 feet of fresh snow. For an inexperienced hiker in summer clothes, with no overnight gear, no skis, and no snowshoes, to cover 12 miles of mountain terrain in 7.5 feet of new snow is, charitably, impossible. One Crater Lake ranger, in a later interview with David Paulides, dryly nicknamed McCullough the melting man of Crater Lake, because that was the only theory the geometry left open, that he had somehow melted through the snow and walked 12 miles before he died. The official cause of death was hypothermia. Bybee Creek, the location where his remains were found, keep that name in your head. Samuel "Sammy" Boilke, October 2006. 8 years old, visiting Crater Lake with his father Kenneth on a late-season trip from Diamond Lake. Sammy was on the autism spectrum. He liked to pack himself into small spaces, under furniture, inside closets, in cabinets. His parents had told search and rescue this exact detail when he vanished, because it was likely to matter. Late afternoon, October 2006, Sammy and his father stopped to play on a hill near the rim of the caldera. Sammy ran ahead, refused his father's calls to come back, and disappeared over the crest of the hill. Kenneth was up the slope and over the top within 30 seconds. Sammy was gone. The search drew helicopters, sent dogs, ground teams, and FBI assistance. Dogs picked up a brief partial scent that led nowhere. Park rangers, knowing about Sammy's tendency towards small spaces, searched culverts, drainage pipes, hollow logs, anything a small child could fit into. Nothing. Snow began falling in November. The official search was called off. Sammy Boilke remains today an open NPS missing persons case. He has never been found. Derek Engbertson, December 1998, 8 years old. Vanished from the Waima National Forest near Pelican Butte, immediately south of the Crater Lake National Park boundary, close enough that his disappearance is consistently grouped with Crater Lake cases. He was searching for a Christmas tree with his father and grandfather. Derek walked off ahead of the men. They were maybe 3 minutes behind him. By the time they reached where he should have been, he'd left small footprints leading to a clearing near the road and a snow angel pressed into fresh powder. The footprints leading away from the snow angel had been obliterated by a passing snowplow. That snowplow has never been positively identified. Witnesses reported a mysterious vehicle in the area that day. Initial searches found a crude shelter of fir boughs under fallen logs near the spot, but search dogs could not detect Derek's scent at the shelter. Either someone made it for him, or someone made it and didn't have him, or someone made it and got him out of the area before the dogs arrived. In October 1999, 10 months after he vanished, graffiti referencing Derek was found in the bathroom of a rest area 300 miles south of Portland. The contents have never been made public. Derek's mother, Lori, contacted by police, drove to read it. She told reporters, "I think it's just a big sick joke. I thought, if somebody would have had Derek, if they put this on the wall, they were wanting to be caught. If they were wanting to be caught, why didn't they leave something of Derek's there?" In 2008, a convicted child rapist named Frank James Milligan, then serving a sentence in Oregon for raping a 10-year-old boy in Dallas, Oregon, was named as a person of interest in Derek's case. No charges have been filed. Derek has never been found. As of 2026, he would be 36 years old. Glen Allen Mackey remains recovered. 2006. Now this is where the Crater Lake cluster does something the other clusters don't. In September 2006, a wildland firefighter working a remote section of Crater Lake National Park found human skeletal remains. The recovery effort took place over the following summer with FBI assistance. The remains were eventually identified through dental records as belonging to Glen Allen Mackey, a man who had gone missing in the park in 1991. Mackey's remains were found near Bybee Creek, the same drainage where Charles McCullers' remains had been recovered in 1976. Two missing men, 31 years apart, same general area. Bybee Creek is not enormous. It's a tributary of the Rogue River, drains a specific section of the park's western slopes, and covers generously a few square miles of identifiable watershed. Two unrelated missing persons cases producing remains in the same drainage 3 decades apart is not by itself paranormal. People die in the woods. Drainages collect water and bodies for predictable reasons of gravity and geology. But it is the kind of detail Missing 401 fans flag as a subcluster within the cluster. A specific watershed in a specific park where missing people end up. There is, in the older Klamath oral tradition, a general warning against the western slopes of the lake basin. We don't need to make supernatural claims about that to find it interesting that the warnings and the data points are sitting in roughly the same geography. Beyond these 4 cases, Crater Lake's record contains additional layers worth knowing about. The 4th of July 1947 incident, in which a vacationer named Cornelius handed his wife his wallet and watch without warning, slid down a rock chute, suffered horrific injuries, and intentionally drowned himself in the lake. A suicide that local accounts described as having no warning signs or motivation. A possible psychotic break, certainly. Also a case people in the area still talk about almost 80 years later because of how out of character it was for the man involved. The B.B. Bukowski case of 1911, in which an Oregon City photographer hired to take winter photographs of Crater Lake disappeared into the snow and was never recovered. The 1945 disappearance of Navy Ensign Frank R. Lupo, whose plane crashed in the park during a flight from Washington to San Diego. The wreckage was found relatively soon after. Lupo's skull was not recovered until 1970, 25 years later, in a wooded area searchers had previously covered. The persistent reports of bizarre lights over the caldera, both from rangers and visitors, that have produced enough anecdotal data over the decades that some Missing 401 researchers loop Crater Lake into UFO discussions. We'll get to UFO theories in Act 3. Hold the reflex. And the brute statistical fact that this small, low-visitation park has produced multiple plane crashes, several drownings in extraordinarily inhospitable spots, and a long backlog of unsolved missing persons cases that, by visitation math, should not exist at this density. Why Crater Lake? The skeptical answer is the geological one. The park sits at high elevation in a region with sudden weather. The caldera rim is steep and unforgiving. The lake is so deep that anything that goes into it doesn't come back. The surrounding forest is dense. Hypothermia kills quickly above 6,000 feet. The Klamath warned against the place for 10,000 years, not because there was a lake monster, but because the place is, by ordinary measures, dangerous and unforgiving terrain that exacts a steady toll on anyone who underestimates it. Charles McCuller in summer clothes and 7 feet of snow. Sammy Bulkey, 8 years old and small enough to disappear into terrain his father turned around in. Derek Engebretson, 3 minutes ahead of family in a Christmas tree forest. Glen Mackey, 31 years on the missing persons rolls before his bones turned up in a drainage where another man's bones had been found 3 decades earlier. The honest read on Crater Lake is that it's a place that swallows people because it's built to swallow people. Caldera geology, alpine weather, dense forest, low visitation meaning slow response, and a lake so deep that rescue divers don't bother below a certain depth. The supernatural cluster is, in this read, just the natural cluster wearing scary clothes. The less honest read, but the one that has always hovered around this lake, in Klamath oral tradition and white settler accounts and modern Missing 411 forums alike, is that the place is aware. We're not going to argue that read in this video, but you should know that for 10,000 years, the people who knew the lake best looked at the data Lau gave them and made a single, consistent decision. They stayed away. The rest of us bought tickets. What the people inside the parks don't say out loud. I want to be straight with you about something before we start. This chapter is the one where I'm most worried about getting it wrong. The Missing 411 community has, over 15 years, generated an enormous body of ranger lore. Stories that begin with, "A ranger told me," or "My buddy works for the Park Service and he says," and end in something genuinely uncanny. Some of those stories are real. Some are real, but transformed in the retelling, the way fishermen's catches grow with each generation of telling. Some are pure internet creepypasta, and some are real people's real experiences that should be taken seriously because the people who told them have nothing to gain by lying and a great deal of professional reputation to lose. The trick is sorting the categories. What we're going to do in this chapter is stay on documented ground. Real rangers, named where possible. Real interviews, sourced where possible. Real disappearances of NPS personnel themselves, because that's the part of the story almost nobody covers, and it's the part that turns the abstract people go missing in parks into something else. Because the people who vanish in national parks are not always tourists. Sometimes they're the rangers. Paul Braxton Fugate, Chirrahua National Monument, Arizona, January 13th, 1980, 41 years old. A career Park Service ranger working at Chirrahua National Monument in southeastern Arizona. The kind of man who could have led a search and rescue operation in the Chirrahuas in his sleep. He was the only permanent staff member at the park and had been there long enough to know every trail, every washout, every wildlife pattern. On the afternoon of January 13th, 1980, Fugate was in the visitor center finishing up paperwork. Around 2 p.m., he told a coworker he was going to walk the lower Rhyolite Canyon Trail to check on conditions and to start closing duties without him if he wasn't back by 4:30. He left through the visitor center door. He was wearing his full green and gray Park Service uniform. NPS arrowhead patch on his upper sleeve. Gold Ranger badge over his heart. He walked toward the trailhead. He was never seen again. Search teams began combing the canyon as soon as Fugate failed to return for closing. Rangers, dogs, Cochise County Sheriff's deputies, eventually FBI assistants. The terrain was searched intensively, multiple times over the following months. Not a fragment of cloth, not a button, not a shoe. The most experienced person at that park, in full uniform, on a trail he had walked hundreds of times, vanished in the time it takes to drink a cup of coffee. The case is still officially open with the National Park Service Investigative Services Branch. As of the most recent NPS public update, the reward fund stands at $60,000, which is the kind of number an agency raises when they have specific belief that someone, somewhere, knows what happened and might be willing to talk for the right price. Fugate's case is treated by NPS investigators as suspected foul play, because here is the thing that people forget about parks. Drugs, smuggling, illegal grow operations. Fugate had a documented history of disagreements with his superiors over enforcement priorities. He was, by every account, the kind of ranger who actively investigated things other rangers might have looked past. Whatever he found that afternoon on Lower Rhyolite Canyon Trail, if that's even what happened, has stayed found. James Randall, Randy Morgensen. Yosemite National Park, July 1996. Randy Morganson grew up inside Yosemite. His parents were both park rangers. He was, in a literal sense, raised by the park. By 1996, he'd been on the NPS payroll for 27 years. He worked the Sierra backcountry, the stretches of granite and meadow most visitors never see, and was considered one of the foremost backcountry rangers in the entire National Park Service. He had written essays about the Sierras. He had photographed them. He was, in the words of friends, more knowledgeable about that specific terrain than possibly anyone alive. On July 21, 1996, Randy was conducting a routine summer patrol in the high country. He failed to make scheduled radio contact. The search that followed was enormous. Rangers, colleagues of Randy, men and women who had worked alongside him for decades and knew exactly how he moved through that terrain, fanned out through the High Sierra. They covered everywhere they thought he could be. They covered everywhere they thought he couldn't be. They covered the same ground multiple times. The Park Service threw a small fortune of resources at finding their own. 5 years later, in 2001, his remains were found at the base of a waterfall, swept under a rock by raging water from snowmelt. His broken leg and the geometry of how the boulders had pinned him after the fall told investigators what had happened. He had crossed a creek that had risen unexpectedly. He had broken his leg in the fall. The current had taken him. The case is technically resolved. But it tells us something important about the parks, even when nothing supernatural is happening. 27 years of experience, a man whose entire identity was Yosemite, the collective knowledge of every ranger who knew him, deployed to find him. 5 years before any sign of him surfaced. That's the baseline. That's how unforgiving this terrain is for the people who know it best. Now think about Stacy Arras, age 14, who'd never been to Yosemite before that 1981 trip. Now think about Charles McCullough, in summer hiking gear and 7 feet of snow. Now think about the Yuba boys, who'd never been to Plumas National Forest in their lives. If a 27-year veteran ranger can disappear into the same terrain and not be found for half a decade, then the question isn't what supernatural force takes people in the parks. The question is, how does anyone ever come back from these places at all? Margaret Karen Kearns, Mount Rainier National Park, October 25, 1997. A 41-year-old woman, visiting the Paradise Inn at Mount Rainier on what should have been an unremarkable late fall trip. She vanished from the inn property. The initial search and rescue response treated her as a probable lost hiker. The Seattle Times covered the case with cautious framing. Park officials at first believed Kearns might have become lost on a trail, but later said she might have been abducted. Within weeks of the search beginning, winter snow shut down meaningful ground operations. The following May, after the spring thaw, a volunteer setting up a navigation course for park ranger training found human remains scattered across a 300-yard area near the old Longmire Campground community building, about a mile from the Paradise Inn. The bones were Kearns's. The FBI investigated possible suspects. Almost 3 decades later, no person of interest has ever been publicly named. That last detail, the area where her remains were found being used by rangers for training, is its own quiet horror. Park personnel had been moving through that ground regularly. The remains were not deeply concealed, and they were not noticed until a volunteer happened to set up navigation flags exactly where they were. This is one of the cases that quietly haunts NPS personnel. Not because it's mysterious in the missing 411 sense. There's a strong probability of foul play, and the evidence is consistent with a homicide, but because of what it implies about how easily a body can sit, undiscovered, on actively used parkland. So what do the rangers themselves say? This is the part of the chapter where I'm going to ask you to follow me carefully, because we now move from named documented cases into the territory of first-person ranger accounts. And that territory is where missing 411 lore has done the most damage to credibility by treating every Reddit post as gospel. Here's what's verifiable. In 2018, Board Panda compiled a long-form collection of statements from current and former National Park Service employees and search and rescue officers. The collection drew from public-facing posts the rangers had made elsewhere, primarily a now-famous Reddit thread where SAR personnel responded to a prompt about the strangest thing you've encountered on the job. The thread ran for thousands of comments. The Rangers posted under their own usernames, and many of their accounts have been corroborated by colleagues or are consistent with publicly known cases. The themes that emerged across hundreds of independent posts: bodies in places search teams already swept. Multiple Rangers reported the same phenomenon. Paulides has built his books around finding human remains in areas that had been actively searched, sometimes multiple times, in the days after a disappearance. Most of these accounts came with grim, mundane explanations involving drainage geology, vegetation cover, or the way bodies move in moving water. But the pattern was reported by Rangers across multiple parks, multiple decades, multiple terrain types, cases nobody talks about. Several Rangers posting anonymously or pseudonymously reported cases that were investigated quietly, cases involving unexplained injuries, possible foul play, or circumstances that didn't fit the official lost hiker narrative, but were closed without public disclosure because the families didn't want media attention or because the evidence was inconclusive. This is not a conspiracy. This is how missing persons cases work everywhere. But the cumulative effect in a single park system over decades is a quiet backlog of weirdness that the public file does not capture. Hearing names called out from inside the woods at night. This one is the most folkloric, and I'll flag it as such. Multiple Rangers reported independently the experience of hearing their own names or the names of colleagues called out from forested areas in the middle of the night, during periods when no other person should have been within miles of their position. The skeptical explanations are good ones. Wind through specific tree configurations, owls and other birds whose calls can pareidolically resemble human speech, sleep-deprived auditory hallucination, or someone genuinely calling out, a poacher, a lost hiker, a person who later moved on. None of these explanations is supernatural. All of them are plausible, but the frequency with which the experience is reported by people who do this work for a living is at minimum an interesting data point. The "we don't go off trail at night alone in this park" rule. Multiple Rangers noted, in different parks across the country, that veteran personnel observed unwritten rules about specific locations within their parks where they did not work alone after dark. Sometimes the rules were folklore. Sometimes the rules came from memory of specific past incidents. Sometimes the rules came from, we just don't, and we don't really talk about why. The areas in question often, but not always, overlapped with indigenous tradition warnings about the same geography. I want to be precise about what this evidence is and what it isn't. It is not proof of anything supernatural. Internet posts from anonymous users, even when there are hundreds of them, are not evidence in the way physical artifacts or named witness depositions are evidence. A Reddit thread can be poisoned by a single popular post that shapes what subsequent posters report, simply through the cognitive bias of pattern matching what's expected. It is, however, a body of testimony from a labor pool with an unusual feature. These are people who chose this work, are paid badly to do it, and have nothing to gain professionally by reporting weird experiences. Many of them, in interviews and in their posts, are openly reluctant to talk. They say things like, "I don't know what to make of this, and I'm hesitant to even bring it up because it sounds insane." That hedging is consistent with people reporting genuine experience, not people performing for an audience. Why do so many Rangers leave the job? The standard answers: pay, family pressure, burnout, the political winds at the Department of the Interior explain most of it. The Park Service has had retention problems for decades. Salaries are notoriously low. Postings are remote. Family life is hard. But in interviews and exit conversations and informal reporting, a smaller subset of departures comes wrapped in a different shape. I just got tired of the things I couldn't explain. I started not wanting to be alone in the back country at night. There were calls I was on that I still don't know what to make of. These statements are not common. They are not, statistically, the main reason Rangers walk away. But they exist in the literature, in numbers larger than chance would predict. A 2022 anonymous quote from a seasonal ranger who'd worked Yosemite, Rocky Mountain, and Grand Teton over 8 summers, posted to the National Parks Traveler website, captured the more common and arguably more haunting version of the truth. In a wild national park, nature doesn't care about you when you make careless decisions. She will kill you without hesitation. That's the version of the answer most veteran rangers will give you on the record, in daylight, when they're not in the backcountry. What they say at 3 a.m. around a campfire after the radios have gone quiet is sometimes a different conversation. And whether you take that conversation as folklore, as evidence, or as the reasonable hedging of people whose work depends on respecting what they don't fully understand, that's between you and what you believe about the woods. 3 rangers who vanished or died on the job. Hundreds of first-person accounts of the strange. A long, quiet list of unwritten rules about specific places not to go alone after dark. This is the evidence base on the inside. In Act 3, we're going to step back from the cases entirely and ask the question this whole video has been driving toward. What is actually causing all of this? We'll look at the mundane explanations the data supports. We'll look at the human monster theories that fit too many of these cases for comfort. We'll look at the fringe theories that have made missing 411 a TikTok phenomenon. And we'll look at 2 or 3 angles almost nobody talks about, including one that has been hiding in plain sight in the federal lands enforcement record for 30 years. Because the Rangers know something. Some of it is mundane, some of it is criminal, some of it is genuinely unexplained, and some of it, by their own account, is just the cost of working in places where humans don't really belong, on land that was warning us off 10,000 years before we built a visitor center on it. Why the skeptics might be right. We've spent the last 2.5 hours of this video laying out the case for something strange happening in the American wilderness. Now we have to do the harder thing. We have to entertain the possibility that nothing strange is happening at all. This chapter is not a takedown of David Paulides. It's not a takedown of the missing 411 community. The cases we've walked through are real. The families we've talked about are real. The grief is real. The unanswered questions are real. None of that goes away if we take the skeptical position seriously. What goes away, for the skeptic, is the interpretation that the cases share a single hidden cause. And the skeptical position deserves a fair hearing. Because if the skeptics are right about even half of what they argue, then a substantial portion of the missing 411 phenomenon is not a phenomenon at all. It's a pattern recognition artifact in a very large data set, layered on top of a set of unrelated tragedies. So we're going to give them the floor. Argument 1. The numbers don't actually show what Paulides says they show. The most rigorous public examination of the missing 411 dataset was conducted by Kyle Polich, a Los Angeles-based data scientist who hosts the Data Skeptic podcast. Polich examined Paulides' published case data, ran it against base rates of missing persons incidents in comparable wilderness settings, and concluded, in a 2017 analysis presented to the Monterey County Skeptics and later published in the Skeptical Inquirer, that there is nothing statistically anomalous about the cases at all. The core of his argument is this: the National Park System sees roughly 325 million visits per year. With visitor counts that large, the number of weird disappearances, fatal accidents, and unrecovered bodies is exactly within the range you'd expect from population statistics alone. If you cherry-pick the strangest cases out of a dataset that large, you can construct any pattern you want. Add a confirmation bias filter. The explicit choice to exclude cases that resolve cleanly into accident or homicide, and you produce a corpus that looks paranormal because the boring cases have been pre-removed from view. A separate independent statistical review, examining 1,127 cases from Paulides' published data, found that the much-cited 37% of disappearances happen in the afternoon figure tracks almost exactly with peak NPS visitor activity hours. The 33.8% of cases involve bad weather figure tracks the baseline rate of bad weather affecting outdoor recreation in mountain regions. The dog failure rate was high, 81%. But selection bias accounts for it. Cases where dogs successfully track lost hikers don't end up in a missing 411 book because the hikers were found. This is the unglamorous truth at the foundation of the skeptical position. Paulides is a careful writer working with a curated data set. The curation itself is the issue. You can't determine whether a phenomenon exists by collecting only the cases that fit your hypothesis. A 2021 academic paper titled The Mishandling of the Missing 411 Phenomenon analyzed 243 widely cited missing 411 cases and concluded that the demographic skew Paulides claims, the German ancestry, the elite hikers, the children, was overwhelmingly driven by a much simpler underlying pattern. The 243 cases broke down as 189 male, 132 between ages 20 and 59, 220 Caucasian. In other words, the cases skew exactly toward the demographic that does the most outdoor recreation in North America. White men, middle-aged, healthy enough to be in remote terrain. That's not a paranormal cluster. That's REI's mailing list. Argument 2. The strange behaviors have medical names, a significant portion of the most disturbing details in the missing 411 archive. The ones that genuinely sound supernatural when you hear them have established medical explanations that have been in the peer-reviewed literature for decades. Paradoxical undressing, a documented late-stage hypothermia phenomenon. As the body's core temperature drops, the muscles responsible for vasoconstriction become exhausted. Warm core blood rushes outward. The victim experiences a sudden and overwhelming sensation of heat, a burning sensation, sometimes described in the few survivor accounts as if the skin were on fire. They tear off their clothes. They do this even in sub-freezing temperatures. They do this even when adequate clothing would save their lives. This explains why hypothermia victims in winter wilderness are so often found nearly naked, with their clothing folded or scattered nearby. A 1995 study from Germany, Rothschild and Schneider, in the International Journal of Legal Medicine, examined 69 cases of fatal hypothermia and found paradoxical undressing in 25% of them. Terminal burrowing behavior. This is the one. The same German study identified a second phenomenon they named terminal burrowing, sometimes called hide-and-die syndrome. In the final stages of hypothermia, an autonomous brainstem reflex, the same one observed in hibernating animals, drives the victim to crawl into the smallest enclosed space they can find. Under fallen logs, behind boulders, into culverts and rock crevices, into the heart of brush thickets, into the foundation cavities of abandoned structures. The 1995 paper documented bodies found wedged into spaces so small the victims must have crawled on hands and knees or flat on their stomachs to reach them. Confirmed by abrasions on knees and elbows, with no corresponding damage to clothes that had been removed before the crawl began. Stop and let that one land. How many of the cases in this video involved bodies, or remains, found wedged in places searchers had previously walked past? How many involved removed clothing? How many of the children we've discussed were last described as wearing too little for the weather, then found in tucked-in positions in places that should have been found? Casey Hathaway, 3 years old, found in a tangle of vines and thorns. Geraldine Largay, in her tent, 2 miles from the trail. Joshua Maddox, wedged into a chimney, his clothes folded by the fireplace. Multiple Paulides cases of toddlers found in dense brush, sometimes with shoes off, in positions described as concealed. Terminal burrowing accounts for a substantial fraction of the most disturbing physical evidence in the missing 401 corpus. It is not a fringe theory. It's been in the forensic pathology textbooks for 30 years. It's listed in the Wikipedia article on hypothermia. And it is almost never mentioned in missing 411 retellings, because the explanation is too quiet to compete with paranormal narratives. If terminal burrowing accounts for 25% of fatal hypothermia presentations, and if even half of Paulides' wilderness deaths involved hypothermia at some stage, then a meaningful percentage of the bodies in places they shouldn't be, the single strongest profile point in the entire 411 framework, has a name, a peer-reviewed origin, and a mechanism nobody disputes. Wood's shock. a psychological phenomenon documented by search and rescue researchers. When experienced hikers become disoriented, the first instinct is denial. I know where I am, I can fix this, followed by panic, then exhaustion-driven irrational behavior. Woods shock victims have been documented walking past their own footprints, ignoring trail markers, sometimes throwing away gear they need to survive. They will walk past searchers calling their names. They will choose to go further into bad terrain rather than retrace known steps. None of this requires a supernatural cause. It requires a tired, frightened mammal making bad decisions inside a mind that has stopped working correctly. Dissociative fugue. We covered this with Stephen Kubacki in Chapter 14. Documented psychiatric phenomenon. Rare but real. Causes amnesic travel, sometimes lasting hours to weeks, sometimes, at the medical literature's outer edges, months. Pediatric confabulation. When small children are recovered from traumatic experiences, particularly cold and isolation, they routinely produce comforting narratives that conflict with physical reality. The child wasn't with a bear. The child needed there to have been a bear. The brain provides what the brain needs. This is well documented in pediatric trauma literature. None of these explanations, taken individually, is supernatural. None of them, in combination, requires anything outside the medical mainstream. And they collectively account for a very large percentage of what makes missing 411 cases sound impossible. Argument 3. Cognitive bias does the rest. Human brains are pattern-matching engines that evolved to find tigers in tall grass. The cost of seeing a tiger that isn't there is one ducked head. The cost of missing a tiger that is there is one dead ancestor. So our brains are tuned to false positive on patterns. We see faces in clouds, conspiracies in coincidences, and connections in unrelated data sets. When you read a missing 411 book or watch a missing 411 video, including this one, your brain is doing exactly what it evolved to do. It's noticing patterns, the boulder fields, the water proximity, the disappearing within minutes, the dogs that wouldn't track. And once your brain has noticed a pattern, it does something even more interesting. It backfits new data to the existing pattern, while quietly discarding cases that don't fit. Confirmation bias, selection bias, the clustering illusion, pareidolia. These are not exotic biases, they're the default settings on the human mind, and they are sufficient by themselves to produce a phenomenon out of any large body of independent tragedies. Paulides has over the years produced 50+ geographic clusters. The clustering is itself an artifact. Take a map of the United States. Pin every car accident, every drowning, every wildlife encounter, every household fire. You will produce clusters. The clusters will look meaningful. They will not be. They will be a function of population density, terrain, and the random distribution of unrelated events across a continent of variable activity. The missing 411 cluster around Yosemite is real. Yosemite has roughly 4 million visitors per year, the largest exposed granite formation in North America, and conditions that kill the unprepared. Of course, it has a cluster of disappearances. Yosemite would have a cluster of disappearances if it sat on flat farmland in Iowa, because population times opportunity equals events. The granite isn't doing the work. People walking around on top of granite for 130 years is doing the work. Argument 4. The NPS database problem has a boring explanation. We opened this video with what I called the bombshell that even the skeptics can't refute, that the National Park Service does not maintain a centralized, comprehensive public missing persons database for federal lands. The skeptical read, which I owe you, is that this fact is not evidence of a cover-up. It's evidence of jurisdictional fragmentation. When a person disappears in a national park, the case is divided across multiple agencies depending on circumstances. The NPS Investigative Services Branch handles park jurisdiction crimes. The FBI takes over for federal felonies and certain interstate cases. Local county sheriffs handle missing persons reports that originate or terminate outside park boundaries. State police handle vehicle accidents on state highways that pass through parks. The U.S. Forest Service handles its own land. The Bureau of Land Management handles its own land. The Department of the Interior, the Department of Justice, and the FBI's NCIC database each maintains separate record sets with different schemas and access rules. This is not because someone has decided to keep the public ignorant. It's because the United States has a federal system of overlapping jurisdictions that no single agency has been authorized or funded to consolidate. The Trace Act we mentioned in Chapter 1 is specifically aimed at fixing this through a Name Us database expansion. It hasn't passed because Congress is Congress, not because shadowy forces are blocking it. The missing database is, in this read, a bureaucratic artifact masquerading as a conspiracy. Distributed records that no one has unified, rather than unified records that someone has hidden. Argument 5. Paulides has a track record that should inform how we read him. This is the part of the chapter where I have to be the most careful, because we're talking about a living person, and I've worked hard for 2.5 hours not to make this video about him. But the fact pattern is on the record, so we'll walk it. Paulides is foundationally a Bigfoot researcher. He founded the North America Bigfoot Search Organization in 2004. He has co-published a 2013 DNA study purporting to demonstrate that Sasquatch is a human-primate hybrid. The study was published in a journal that existed for one issue and was widely rejected by the genetics community. He has authored 10-plus books in the Missing 411 series, 3 documentary films, including 2022's Missing 4111, The UFO Connection, and operates the Can-Am Missing Project as a paid subscription service. The 2022 documentary explicitly proposes UFO involvement in the disappearances of elk hunters. I'm not going to call David Paulides a fraud. I have no evidence he has fabricated cases, and the documentation in his books is, by all accounts, accurately drawn from primary sources he has lawfully obtained through FOIA and archival research. The sourcing on individual cases is real. But when you're evaluating a thesis, the thesis holder's history of conclusions matters. A man who has spent 20 years committed to the proposition that an undocumented ape-human hybrid stalks the Pacific Northwest, who has expanded his framework to include UFOs, and who sells subscription content to people who believe these things, is a man whose pattern recognition engine is running with very specific defaults. His critics, including Paulides, are clear about what this means. It does not invalidate the cases he documents, but it does mean that any pattern he claims to see is one that should be independently verified before being accepted as evidence. He is, at minimum, a deeply motivated observer. At maximum, he is the captain of a worldview cruise. And Anthropic's just announced 2026 Missing 411 Alaska cruise, hosted by Paulides aboard Royal Caribbean's Voyager of the Seas and explicitly featuring UFO and Portal Town Hall programming, is the part of the franchise the skeptics use as Exhibit A when they argue that the man is no longer producing investigative work. He is producing a brand. You can take that observation in 2 directions. The skeptical direction. This is a man who has every financial and ideological incentive to find a phenomenon whether or not one exists, and his audience has every emotional incentive to believe he has found one. The Paulides fan direction. The man has been doing this for 15 years, has interviewed search and rescue professionals at NASA, has appeared on legitimate platforms, and has FOIA receipts on hundreds of cases. The brand element doesn't invalidate the data. Both readings can be true at the same time. That's what makes this material so hard to resolve. So where does the steelman of the skeptical position leave us? Mostly persuaded. That's the honest answer. If you take the 5 arguments in this chapter, the curated data set, the documented medical phenomena, the cognitive biases, the bureaucratic explanation for the missing database, and the financial ideological context of the franchise itself, you end up with a position that can account for a substantial majority of the Missing 411 corpus, without invoking anything supernatural, anything criminal, or anything outside ordinary human and natural processes. Maybe 70% of the cases, maybe 80%, possibly more. The skeptical position is strong. It deserves more airtime in the Missing 411 community than it gets. It deserves more airtime in Missing 411 videos than it gets, which is part of why this chapter is in this video. But that 70% leaves a remainder, and the remainder is what the next 3 chapters are about. Because there are cases that don't fit hypothermia, don't fit cognitive bias, don't fit fugue, don't fit confabulation, and don't fit the bureaucratic explanation. The Yuba County Five. Stacy Arras' 2,000-page sealed file, the Doug Legg case, Dennis Martin's Harold Key witness, the Bybee Creek subcluster at Crater Lake, Geraldine Largay's tent in a previously searched zone, Bart Schleier's hat without a mark. For those cases, the ones that survive the skeptical filter, we need other tools, including, as the next chapter argues, the deeply uncomfortable possibility that some of these disappearances are not paranormal, not natural, not bureaucratic, and not even folkloric. Some of them are predators wearing human faces, and the wilderness has been very good to that kind of predator for a very long time. The theory Missing 411 doesn't want to sit with. The skeptical chapter we just walked through can account for maybe 70 to 80% of the missing 411 corpus. Hypothermia, terminal burrowing, falls, confabulation, bureaucratic fragmentation. The cases that resolve cleanly into ordinary tragedy, even when the cleanly resolved version is heartbreaking, account for the bulk of the data. But there's a residue. There's a remainder of cases that don't fit. The Yuba County Five and their abandoned car. Mike Heron's ATV with the kill switch off. Maura Murray's empty Saturn. Joshua Maddox folded into a chimney with his clothes stacked nearby. Stacy Arras' 2,000-page sealed file. Michael Heron's ATV backed into a thicket on a road he never used. Derek Engebretsen's snow angel and the snowplow that erased his footprints. Paul Fugate in uniform on a trail he had walked 100 times. For these cases, hypothermia is not the answer. Confabulation is not the answer. The skeptical reading of the evidence runs out before the evidence does. So what's left? The missing 411 community has, over 15 years, pointed at three increasingly exotic answers: Bigfoot, UFOs, and dimensional portals. We'll address those theories in the next chapter, fairly and on their own terms. But before we get there, I want to walk through the answer that almost nobody in the missing 411 community wants to discuss in detail. The theory that is more likely than any of the supernatural ones, more documented than any of them, more provable than any of them, and is the answer in some unknowable subset of these cases that has never been resolved. Some of these people were murdered by other people. Specifically, by a small population of human predators who learned over their careers that the wilderness is the most efficient hunting ground on the continent. Low witnesses, slow forensic response, bodies that decompose into bone before they're ever found, searches that cost millions and produce nothing, investigations that close. Let me introduce you to three of them. All real, all convicted or confessed, all operating in the exact terrain Paulides flags as missing 411 clusters. Israel Keyes, born 1978 in Cove, Utah. Raised off-grid in remote Washington state by fundamentalist Christian parents who eventually joined a white supremacist church called the Ark. By age 14, by his own later admission to the FBI, he had recognized that he held thoughts and impulses other people did not seem to share, and had begun to act on them. By the time he was caught in 2012, Israel Keyes had murdered at least 11 people, possibly more. The FBI's official tally is conservative because Keyes refused, in his 8 months of interviews before his suicide, to name most of his victims. He told investigators only what he calculated would not lead to identifications. He said the murders had occurred in fewer than 10 states. He said victims were both male and female. He said most of them had received little if any media attention when they disappeared. That last detail matters more than anything else in this chapter. Keyes deliberately chose victims whose disappearances would not generate searches. He selected for invisibility. His method, which he described to FBI Special Agent Jolene Godin and others over months of interrogation, was structured around remote outdoor environments: parks, campgrounds, trailheads, cemeteries, boating areas. Quote, "Not as much to choose from, in a manner of speaking, but there's also no witnesses, really. There's no one else around." He buried kill kits, caches of weapons, restraints, money, and body disposal materials in remote locations across the country, sometimes years before he intended to use them. The FBI has recovered 2 confirmed caches, one in Eagle River, Alaska, one at Blake Falls Reservoir in Adirondack Park, New York. In Adirondack Park. the same New York wilderness where Doug Legg vanished in 1971. Key's kit there contained a .22 caliber Ruger with a silencer, ammunition, empty magazines, and chemicals to accelerate body decomposition. Keyes also buried a kit near Crescent Lake, Oregon, in the Deschutes National Forest. Crescent Lake is a remote alpine area off Highway 58 with multiple Forest Service campsites and minimal cell reception. Keyes prepared the site years before he eventually used a comparable infrastructure to abduct and murder Bill and Lorraine Currier in Vermont in 2011. The bodies of the Curriers, despite his eventual partial cooperation, have never been found. He told investigators that one of his victims' bodies had been found and the death ruled accidental. He refused to say which. Stop and absorb that. According to a serial killer who had no reason to lie and every reason facing the death penalty, to maximize his cooperation, at least one of his murders is currently classified somewhere in American jurisprudence as a wilderness accident. The body has been found, the case has been closed. It is wrong. Keyes lived in Nia Bay, Washington, from 2001 to 2007, employed by the Maka tribe for construction work. The FBI links him to 4 murders in Washington state during that window. He told them he weighed at least 1 body with anchors and dumped it from a boat into Lake Crescent, different from Crescent Lake, Oregon, in 100 feet of water. Lake Crescent, 18 miles west of Port Angeles, inside Olympic National Park. When asked whether he had killed people in Canada, he reportedly replied, "Canadians don't count." Keyes hanged himself in his Anchorage jail cell on December 2, 2012, having strangled himself with bedding after slitting his wrist with a razor blade he should not have had access to. He left a 4-page suicide note written in rhyme. The FBI laboratory analyzed it for hidden codes. There were none. The note was, in their assessment, simply contemptuous. Israel Keyes operated in the Pacific Northwest, the Adirondacks, Vermont, and Alaska. His preferred hunting grounds were the exact wilderness terrain Paulides has documented as missing 411 clusters. He selected victims whose disappearances would not be widely investigated. By his own admission, at least one of his victims is currently misclassified as a wilderness accident. How many cases in the missing 411 corpus, currently logged under unexplained disappearance, are actually filed under the wrong heading because the perpetrator who killed them was a man like Israel Keyes, and we have not yet caught him? Gary Michael Hilton. The press called him the National Forest Serial Killer. The name is technically and literally accurate. He killed in 3 different national forests across 3 different states between 2007 and 2008. Hilton is a U.S. Army veteran, a survivalist, and, at 79 years old as of 2026, currently on death row at Union Correctional Institution in Florida. He has been there since April 2011. His confirmed victims, John and Irene Bryant, 80 and 84 years old, retired hikers from Horseshoe, North Carolina, killed in October 2007 in Pisgah National Forest. Irene's body was found relatively quickly. John's skull was discovered by a hunter in February 2008 in the Nantahala National Forest off a Forest Service road called the Switchbacks. The Bryants had simply gone for a hike. Their car was at a trailhead. Their family didn't realize they were missing for 2 weeks. Cheryl Dunlap, 46, a Sunday school teacher and nurse from Tallahassee, Florida, killed in December 2007 in the Apalachicola National Forest. Hilton kept her alive for several days, extracting her ATM pin to withdraw cash, before murdering her and dismembering her body. Her remains were found by hunters 2 weeks after her disappearance. For 17 years, Hilton denied this murder. In April 2025, in his first interview in nearly 2 decades, given to David Scott of Court TV's Interview with a Killer, Hilton finally confessed, "Yes, I did it, and I'll be glad to tell anyone I did." Meredith Hope Emerson, 24, a University of Georgia honors graduate, blue belt in Aikido, hiking with her black lab Ella on Blood Mountain in Vogel State Park, Georgia, on New Year's Day 2008. Multiple witnesses saw an older man with a dog following her. That older man was Hilton. He kidnapped Emerson, kept her alive for 4 days while extracting her debit card information, and finally killed her with a tire iron in the Dawson Forest Management area when she gave him a wrong pin. He led investigators to her body in exchange for the prosecution dropping the death penalty in Georgia and rehoming his own dog. He claimed of the murder that it was hard. You gotta remember, we had spent several good days together. Hilton remains an active suspect in additional unsolved National Forest disappearances. Judy Smith, 51, last seen in Philadelphia in April 1997, found scattered across a Pisgah National Forest campground in September 1997. 5 months between disappearance and discovery. The remains were too decomposed for definitive cause of death determination. Jason Knapp, Rossana Miliani, Patrice Undres, and Michael Scott Lewis. All unsolved disappearances or suspected homicides in or near National Forest territory. All unresolved. This is one man. One Army veteran with a survivalist skill set, a Chevrolet Astro van he lived in, and a 15-year operating window during which he targeted hikers in 4 southeastern states. Confirmed victim count, 4. Suspected total victim count, significantly higher than 4. The geographic spread of Hilton's known and suspected crimes overlaps significantly with documented missing 411 cases in the Appalachian region. Specifically, the Pisgah and Chattahoochee National Forest case clusters that Paulides has flagged in his work. How many of those cases are Hilton's? We don't know, but we know it's not 0. Stephen Mark Carr. This one is less well known and worth knowing. Carr was a North Carolina drifter living in the Cherokee National Forest in 1990, when on May 19th, 2 female hikers, Laura Susan Robin Ramsey and Catherine Molly LaRue, were attacked while sleeping at a shelter on the Appalachian Trail in Tennessee. Both women were experienced through hikers. Both were in their 20s. Carr shot Ramsey to death with a .22 rifle. He raped LaRue and then murdered her. Carr was apprehended 5 days later, after additional searches identified him as a likely suspect. He confessed, he was sentenced to life. He died in prison in 2015. The point of including Carr is not the case itself, though it is its own atrocity. The point is what Carr represented. He was not a sophisticated, traveling multi-state predator like Keyes or Hilton. He was a man who lived rough in a national forest, blended into the landscape of drifters and homeless hikers and unaffiliated woods dwellers who exist on the edges of every wilderness area in America, and used that camouflage to commit murder. There are, by various estimates, between several hundred and several thousand long-term off-grid residents of America's national forests at any given time. The vast majority are harmless people who have chosen, for reasons of their own, to live outside the cash economy. A non-zero percentage of them are not harmless. The Park Service knows this. The Forest Service knows this. State law enforcement knows this. The fact is so structurally awkward. Yes, there are dangerous people living in our wilderness, that it does not get widely discussed in tourist-facing materials. Carr is the population. Keyes and Hilton are the apex predators. Both ends of that distribution are operating in the same terrain where missing 411 cases occur. So how many missing 411 cases are actually unsolved homicides committed by people like these? Honestly, we don't know. And anyone who tells you they do know is selling you something. But we can establish bounds. The lower bound is clearly above 0. Israel Keyes told the FBI directly in recorded interviews that at least one of his victims has had their death ruled accidental. Gary Hilton is suspected in multiple unsolved National Forest disappearances and only confessed to one of them as recently as a year ago. Stephen Carr's profile, the off-grid drifter living in a national forest, describes a population whose size in the United States is genuinely unknown, but whose existence is documented. The upper bound is harder. But consider, the FBI's VICAP database, the Violent Criminal Apprehension Program, currently tracks somewhere on the order of 80,000 unsolved homicides and missing persons cases in the United States. The federal lands subset of that database, by every available expert analysis, is larger than the National Park Service's public cold case page implies, because again, jurisdictional fragmentation. Cases that occur on federal land are split across NPS Investigative Services Branch, FBI, Forest Service, BLM, and county sheriff records, depending on where the body is found versus where the person was last seen. When you account for that fragmentation, a substantial number of the missing 411 cases that Paulides documents as unexplained are functionally indistinguishable from unsolved homicide whose perpetrator was never caught. This is the theory the missing 411 community most often dismisses or under-discusses. Because it's not interesting, because it's not paranormal, because it doesn't sell books, because it's depressingly, catastrophically banal. It is also, in the most strict evidentiary sense, the most likely explanation for many of the cases in the residue. I want to close this chapter with something specific because it matters. The wilderness predator theory is not in tension with the missing 411 phenomenon as Paulides describes it. It's a subset of it. It can coexist with the supernatural readings without contradicting them, in the sense that some cases may have predator explanations and others may have other explanations, and there's no requirement that a single theory accounts for the entire data set. But the predator theory has a virtue the supernatural theories don't have. It suggests a course of action. If Israel Keys wandered the country for 11 years murdering people in remote terrain, then the prevention is better. Wilderness security infrastructure, better trailhead surveillance, better protocols for buddy hiking, better cell coverage in national parks, a unified federal missing persons database, the very Trace Act we discussed in Chapter 1, that would let law enforcement see the whole picture in real time. If Bigfoot is taking people, there's not a hell of a lot we can do about it. The predator theory is the one that, if true, gives us the leverage to save the next Stacy Arras, the next Maura Murray, the next Cheryl Dunlap. The supernatural theories make for great YouTube content. The predator theory makes for actionable policy. That's why I wanted this chapter to come before the next one. Because before we walk into the realm of cryptids and UFOs and underground bases, I needed you to know that the most likely answer for a meaningful percentage of these cases is also the most ordinary, the most preventable, and the most unforgivably under-discussed. There are men in the woods. Some of them are why. Bigfoot, UFOs, and the deer that are wrong. So here we are. We've walked through the cases, we've audited the skeptical position, and found it persuasive on the majority of the data set. We've examined the human predator theory, and found it almost certainly accounts for some unknowable percentage of the residue. What's left? What's left is the part of this video that most of you came here for, the part the algorithm rewards. The part where the words cryptid and interdimensional and portal show up in the lower third graphics and the comments section comes alive with people typing the word finally in all caps. The part of the missing 401 phenomenon that has, more than any other element, propelled it from a niche book series sold to coast AM listeners into a TikTok empire with an Alaska cruise booking page. The Fringe theories. Here's the deal we're gonna make. I'm gonna walk through these theories the way I'd want them walked through if I were a believer. Fairly. Without snark. Each one gets its strongest case. Each one gets its empirical problem identified honestly. Nobody gets dismissed because the dismissal is the easy move. And at the end, I'll tell you what I actually think, which, full disclosure, is probably not what you came here to hear. But you've stuck with me for 2.5 hours. You're owed the truth, as I understand it. Let's go. Theory 1, Bigfoot. This is, foundationally, where Paulides came in. North America Bigfoot Search, founded 2004. The Hoopa Project, 2008. Tribal Bigfoot, 2009. The 2013 DNA study that proposed Sasquatch was a 15,000-year-old human primate hybrid. Even after Paulides expanded into the missing 411 work, the Bigfoot framework never fully left the room. He doesn't say it explicitly in the books. He doesn't have to. The Canon Missing Project's case selection, geographic clustering, and profile points line up against territory where Sasquatch sightings have been reported for centuries. The strongest case for the Bigfoot read of missing 411, indigenous oral tradition across North America, contains remarkably consistent accounts of large primate-like beings inhabiting wilderness areas. Beings that, in many traditions, were specifically associated with kidnapping children and isolated travelers. The Salish Sasquatch, the Lumit Semequis, the Hoopa Oma, the Chehalis Saskats. These traditions predate European contact and were widespread enough that early ethnographers documented hundreds of regional variants. The argument goes, indigenous peoples spent thousands of years in close contact with this terrain, and their descriptions of the creature in question are too consistent and too geographically appropriate to be dismissed as universal mythological projection. Add to that a small archive of footprint casts, the Patterson-Gimlin film of October 1967, and a steady stream of credible witness encounters from foresters, hunters, and law enforcement, including Paulides' own NAB's interviews with hundreds of sheriffs and rangers reporting personal experiences they refused to put on the record. The Sasquatch hypothesis is not nothing. It is, at minimum, a serious folkloric tradition with a thin veneer of physical evidence supporting it. The problem, in an age of trail cameras, drone footage, smartphone cameras in every pocket, satellite imagery, and continuous wildlife monitoring across every major North American forest, the absence of definitive physical evidence for a 7 to 9 foot bipedal primate is conspicuous. Bears get filmed thousands of times a year. Mountain lions get filmed thousands of times a year. Wolverines, lynx, fishers, every mid-sized predator and large mammal in the North American wilderness shows up in trail cam datasets. Sasquatch does not. Or more precisely, the photographs and videos that do surface are universally low resolution, ambiguous, and explicable by ordinary fauna or known optical illusions. No bones, no scat with Sasquatch DNA, no corpse hit by a logging truck. The fair thing to say is, the indigenous tradition is real. The experiential reports from credible witnesses are real, and the absence of evidence after 100 years of looking is also real. Make of that what you will. Theory 2. UFOs and alien abduction. Paulides released Missing 411, the UFO connection, in December 2022. The thesis, a subset of Missing 411 cases, specifically those involving elk hunters, show patterns consistent with UFO involvement, including reports of mutilated elk and hunter sightings of unidentified aerial phenomena in cluster regions before disappearances. The documentary was, depending on the reviewer, either the best in the bunch, or, per a fairly representative IMDb critic, less about investigation and more about credulity and completely outlandish speculation, including a sequence where a hunter's hand-drawn sketch of an alien with antennae and a cone for a hand is presented as case-closing evidence. I'm not going to relitigate Paulides' specific claims, because frankly, the documentary is not his strongest work, and it requires you to accept several propositions in sequence. That aliens are abducting elk for food, that they prefer elk to other ungulates, that hunters of specific ethnic backgrounds in specific regions are being abducted as collateral, and that a connection exists to chronic wasting disease that don't survive 5 minutes of cross-examination. The stronger version of the UFO theory, the one that doesn't require dismissive review, is structurally simpler. The U.S. government, in 2017, acknowledged the existence of unidentified aerial phenomena it could not identify. The Pentagon's UAP Task Force, AARO, and the 2023 Schumer-Rounds Amendment to the National Defense Authorization Act collectively represent the most serious official engagement with the UFO question in U.S. history. Whether or not the phenomena are extraterrestrial, and the Department of Defense itself doesn't claim they are, the question of something is in our airspace that we don't fully understand is no longer fringe. It's federal policy. If you take the position that the UAP question is real, then asking whether some unknown percentage of wilderness disappearances correlate with UAP activity is at least a question you're allowed to ask. The answer today is we don't have enough data to say. The reported correlations are anecdotal. The cases Paulides assembles are real cases of real disappearances, but the UFO connections are inferred from witness reports and proximity rather than from physical evidence. The problem, even granting that UAP exist, the leap from their unidentified objects in our skies to those objects are abducting elk hunters is enormous. It requires an entire causal architecture, that the phenomena are intelligent, that they have purposes related to human and ungulate biology, that those purposes involve removal of specimens, and that the removal process leaves no physical trace and produces no surviving witnesses. Each of those steps is a leap. Stacked together, they constitute a leap of faith, which is fine. Faith is allowed, but faith is not evidence, and it's important to know which one you're working with when you're considering a theory. Theory 3. Interdimensional portals. This is the theory that has migrated most aggressively from the coast-to-coast AM era into the TikTok era. The argument, in compressed form, goes, certain geographic locations in North America may be coterminous with, for lack of a better word, thin spots where the boundary between our reality and another is reduced. People who walk into thin spots may simply step out of our universe entirely. The folkloric basis is older than you'd think. The Fairy Faith in Celtic Countries, W.Y. Evans Wentz's 1911 study of Irish, Scottish, Welsh, and Manx oral tradition, documents hundreds of accounts of people taken by the AOC, the people of the mounds, who entered fairy hills, vanished, and either never returned or returned years later having aged only days. Indigenous traditions across multiple continents contain similar structures. The portal theory is, intellectually, the most interesting of the fringe positions, because it is unfalsifiable in a way that gives it permanent staying power. You cannot prove a portal does not exist at a given location. You can only prove that no detectable physical phenomenon occurs there, which the believer can always answer with, the portal isn't open right now, or you're not the kind of person it opens for. The strongest case, folkloric traditions of vanishing into other realms, are universal across human cultures. The geographic clustering of disappearances does, weakly, correlate with locations described in indigenous traditions as thin or spiritually significant or forbidden. Crater Lake, the Bighorn Mountains, the Bridgewater Triangle in Massachusetts, the Bennington Triangle in Vermont, Skinwalker Ranch in Utah. There is a real and documentable phenomenon of places that human cultures have, independently and repeatedly, identified as dangerous in ways that exceed their geographic features alone. The problem: cultures that lived in dangerous geography have always developed warnings about that geography. The warnings are practical wisdom encoded as supernatural caution. Don't go to Crater Lake is good advice, because falling into Crater Lake will kill you. Stay away from Devil's Canyon is good advice because the rock formations are genuinely treacherous. The folkloric geography of thin spots maps almost perfectly onto the practical geography of places people die, which is both a confirmation and a deflation depending on how you read it. Either the indigenous traditions encoded supernatural truth in the language of survival advice, or they encoded survival advice in the language of supernatural truth. Both readings explain the same data. Theory 4. Skinwalker Ranch and the government cover-up reading. A subset of the portal theory, and one Paulides has explicitly endorsed in the UFO Connection, proposes that the U.S. government is aware of these phenomena, has been studying them at locations like Skinwalker Ranch in Utah's Uinta Basin, and has actively suppressed information about disappearances that occur in proximity to military or research installations. The Kenny Veach case, with its proximity to Nellis Air Force Base, is the cornerstone of this theory. The Robert Bigelow ASAP's funding pipeline that ran from the early 2000s through 2012 to study Skinwalker Ranch and related phenomena, partially under Department of Defense contracts, is real. The History Channel's The Secret of Skinwalker Ranch television series, now in its 6th season as of 2025, has documented unexplained electromagnetic anomalies, unverified livestock mutilations, and visitor disorientation events at the property. The theory, where the government takes phenomena seriously enough to spend money studying them, the phenomena are likely to be real, and the lack of public disclosure about disappearances in proximity to those phenomena is evidence of a coordinated policy of containment. The problem: the U.S. government has, historically, been bad at coordinated containment of large-scale information. Watergate leaked, Iran-Contra leaked, the Pentagon Papers leaked, Snowden, Manning, Vault 7. The notion that a government that cannot keep its standard intelligence operations confidential is successfully suppressing decades of paranormal disappearances at hundreds of locations across the country with the cooperation of NPS, USFS, FBI, county sheriffs, and state law enforcement, all of whom would be in on the conspiracy, strains the operational realism of how American institutions actually function. We forget our own classified documents in cardboard boxes in beachside bathrooms. We are not running a multi-decade wilderness cover-up. Theory 5, the Not Deer, the Stick Indians, and the TikTok folklore explosion. I want to spend real time here because this is the one that's evolving in real time as we make this video. The Not Deer, sometimes spelled Dior, is a creature said to inhabit Appalachian forests. It looks like a deer at first glance. On second glance, something is off. The eyes are forward-facing like a predator's. The neck is too long. The legs bend wrong. It walks on its hind legs. It makes sounds deer don't make. It doesn't run from humans the way deer do. It stares. You will see, in the comments below this video, dozens of people swearing the Not Deer is ancient Appalachian folklore stretching back to the first European settlers, possibly back to indigenous tradition. Definitely a real thing their grandparents knew about and warned them away from. It isn't. The Not Deer has a documented digital origin. On August 21, 2018, a Tumblr user posting under the name Willow the Witch, real name Madison, a writer from Boone, North Carolina, published a post titled, "That's Not a Deer." The post described the experience of seeing something in the woods that resembled a deer but wasn't, and invited other Appalachians to share similar experiences. It got reblogged. In 2019, Reddit user YouJustMe357 started a thread on Arsh, Appalachia, asking about the phenomenon, citing a Tumblr text post they'd recently seen. Madison herself responded in that thread, surprised her post had migrated. The hashtag #NotDeer exploded on TikTok in 2020 and 2021. As of late 2025, it sits at over 100 million views. The Not Deer is, in the strictest historiographical sense, 6 years old. It is folklore in the process of being created in front of us in real time on platforms with timestamp metadata. This does not mean people aren't seeing something. They probably are. The leading explanation among wildlife biologists is chronic wasting disease, a fatal neurodegenerative prion infection that produces exactly the symptoms reported: emaciation, drooling, lack of fear of humans, abnormal head positioning, neurological tremors, gait abnormalities, sometimes vocalizations atypical of deer. CWD has been detected in wild deer populations in 36 U.S. states as of 2024, including across the Appalachian region. A diseased deer can be genuinely terrifying to encounter. It does not require a cryptid to explain. The deeper issue with the Not Deer phenomenon, and the reason it matters for Missing 411 specifically, is that the legend has attracted a retroactive grafting of indigenous skinwalker and Wendigo mythology that cultural folklore researchers have called out as both inaccurate and appropriative. Skinwalkers are Navajo. Wendigos are Algonquian, northeastern, not Appalachian. Neither tradition originally involved deer form shapeshifting. The TikTok-era fusion of Not Deer equals Skinwalker equals Wendigo is a distinctly online creation that flattens three completely separate indigenous traditions into a single horror aesthetic for engagement metrics. This matters because it tells us something about how Missing 411 itself functions in the contemporary moment. The phenomenon of Missing 411 is, increasingly, less about the actual disappearances and more about the folk religious experience of the disappearances. People come for the cases. They stay for the meaning-making. The cases are the seed. The meaning-making is the crop. The Stick Indians, actual figures from Pacific Northwest indigenous traditions, particularly the Yakima, Klickitat, and other plateau peoples, represent the older, deeper version of this same impulse. Stick Indians are described in oral tradition as small forest beings who steal children, mimic human voices to lure travelers off trails, and disorient people in the woods. They are, importantly, not malevolent in the European sense. They are dangerous the way bears are dangerous, and traditional protocols around them are essentially the same as wilderness safety protocols. Don't follow voices in the dark. Don't go alone. Don't go off the path. The Stick Indians are real folklore. They predate European contact. They are part of a coherent cultural tradition with documented protocols for engagement and avoidance. The Not Deer is not. The Not Deer is what happens when a culture without coherent wilderness traditions, that's us, contemporary America, tries to construct one in the absence of inherited knowledge, using TikTok as the campfire. Both are interesting. They are not the same thing. What I actually think, I told you at the top of the chapter I'd tell you, so here it is. The Fringe theories, taken together, account for some non-zero percentage of the missing 4111 cases that survive the skeptical and predator filters. I cannot tell you what that percentage is. Neither can David Paulides, neither can the sober skeptic. The honest answer is we don't know, and anyone giving you a specific number is selling something. What I think is more interesting than the theories themselves is what the appetite for the theories tells us about ourselves. We are, as a culture, starved for genuine encounters with mystery. We've mapped almost every square inch of our planet's surface. We've removed most large predators from most populated areas. We can summon a car to our front door and order food without speaking to a human, and watch any film ever made on a glass rectangle in our pocket. The world has been, in a meaningful sense, de-enchanted. The wilderness is one of the last places where the older relationship to the world, one in which we are not the apex, where we are not safe, where the geography itself can take us, if we are not careful, still applies. Missing 4111, regardless of whether its supernatural readings are correct, is a vehicle for re-enchantment. The cases give us permission to feel about the woods the way our ancestors felt about the woods. That impulse is not stupid. It's not gullible. It's not evidence of a culture in decline. It's evidence of a culture that misses something it never had words for in the first place. The cryptids may be real or they may not. The portals may be real or they may not. The aliens may be real or they may not. What is incontestably real is the human need for there to be a forest at the edge of the map where the rules of the daylight world stop applying. Whether or not anything is actually taking people in those woods, we are taking ourselves into stories, because the stories are the only place left where the old fear lives. Or what's hiding in plain sight. I've been thinking throughout this video about how to write this chapter, because the previous 6 theory and explanation chapters of this video have walked you through the things people do talk about. The skeptical case, the serial predators, the cryptids and the UFOs and the portals and the TikTok cryptid creation in real time. Those are the conversations the missing 411 community has been having for 15 years, with varying degrees of intellectual rigor and varying degrees of merch sales. This chapter is about the conversation almost nobody is having. There are at least 3 lesser-known angles on the missing 411 phenomenon that, in my view, account for substantially more of the residue than any of the supernatural theories ever will. They are not glamorous. They are not viral. They will not get this video as many TikTok cross-posts as the Bigfoot and Skinwalker chapter did. But if you are honestly trying to understand what is taking people in the American wilderness, these are the angles that survive scrutiny. And one of them is, in my opinion, the single most important thing in this entire video that has not been adequately reckoned with. We're going to walk all 3. Angle 1, the Emerald Triangle problem. Pull up a map of California. Find the 3 counties that form the northwestern corner: Humboldt, Mendocino, and Trinity. They make a rough triangle along Highway 101 and the Matoli watershed, bordering the Pacific and the King Range and the 6 Rivers National Forest. This is the Emerald Triangle. It is the largest cannabis-producing region in the United States. It is also, according to the North Coast Journal and corroborated by Representative Doug LaMalfa, the region with the highest per capita rate of people reported missing in California. Stop. Read that again. The Emerald Triangle has the highest per capita rate of people reported missing in California. That is not a missing 411 statistic. That is a regional crime statistic that the missing 401 community almost never invokes because it doesn't fit the supernatural framework. It fits a much more banal framework. And in the most direct possible terms, it explains a meaningful percentage of the wilderness disappearances in Northern California, which, let me remind you, includes the Mount Shasta cluster, the Trinity Alps cluster, and a substantial portion of Paulides identified Western North America cases. Here is what is actually happening on those public lands. Mexican drug cartels, primarily the Sinaloa cartel, with operations from at least 3 other major trafficking organizations, have, since the early 2000s, used U.S. national forests in California as primary marijuana cultivation sites. The cartels brought workers from Mexico, often through human trafficking pipelines, and embedded them in remote forest grows that operate continuously through growing seasons. The grows are armed. They use AR-15s and shotguns. They guard their plants with attack dogs, sometimes with booby traps. They poison everything around them with industrial pesticides, including illegal carbofurans the EPA banned for agricultural use over a decade ago. The numbers are not subtle. Between 2008 and 2012, U.S. Forest Service law enforcement found 12 million marijuana plants on California National Forest land. From 2014 forward, 2,381 people were arrested for cartel cultivation on USFS California land in 5 years, the majority of them identified as members of organized crime groups. California's national forests host 80 to 85% of all illegal grows on public land in the United States. Plumas National Forest, the same Plumas National Forest where the Yuba County Five abandoned their car in 1978, is one of the most heavily impacted areas in the state. The same Detective Chris Hendrickson of the Plumas County Sheriff's Office, quoted in regional reporting, describes weekly grow discoveries in the forest's deep canyons. Mike Huron's case, Smoky Mountains, Tennessee, 2008, that we covered in Rapid Fire Cluster Number 2, is not in California, but the same dynamic was confirmed for the Tennessee Smokies during the late 2000s, where federal agents were finding cartel-operated grows in the same federal lands where heron vanished. In 2012 alone, Fresno County recorded 6 murders directly tied to cartel marijuana cultivation in or adjacent to Sequoia and Kings Canyon National Parks. 6 in one county in 1 year, linked to grows. Lieutenant Rick Coe, head of the Fresno County Marijuana Eradication Task Force, has stated on the record that they encounter shootings, home invasion robberies, and gun battles at grow sites almost daily. In 2021, a woman who had been trafficked into the Emerald Triangle as a worker was found in a shallow grave near a grow site. Her name has not been made public. This is the part of the Missing 411 archive nobody is having a conversation about. Because it doesn't sell books. Because it isn't paranormal. Because it is, depressingly, exactly the kind of mundane criminal violence that we have collectively decided not to spend cultural energy on. I want to be precise about what I'm claiming and not claiming. I am not claiming that every missing 411 case in Northern California is a cartel murder. They aren't. Most are not. The vast majority of disappearances on public lands in the Emerald Triangle are unrelated to cartel activity in any direct sense. They're hikers who got lost, hunters who fell, mental health crises, accidents. What I am claiming is this: a non-trivial percentage, possibly tens of cases, possibly more, possibly a great deal more, of the unsolved missing 411 cases in Northern California are, in fact, victims who walked into cartel grow operations and were killed to prevent reporting. The cartels have explicit policies on this. Workers and security personnel have been instructed, in cases law enforcement has documented, to remove anyone who stumbles into the operation. The terrain is ideal for body disposal. The grows are remote enough that searches, even when they happen, rarely cover the cultivation zones. This explains a significant chunk of cases that the supernatural framework also tries to explain. Disappearances in dense wilderness, victims found nowhere, no scent for dogs, because human-handled cartel operations specifically avoid leaving traceable scent corridors. Search aircraft incidents, because grow operations are sometimes near remote landing zones with hostile fire risk. And clusters in specific public land areas, because cartel grow regions are themselves clustered. The cartel theory is not a complete explanation for missing 411. It is a partial explanation that the missing 411 community has, with rare exceptions, declined to engage with. It also has the same advantage as the human predator theory in Chapter 5. It is actionable. If federal investment in USFS law enforcement, multi-agency cartel eradication, and structured wilderness oversight in the Emerald Triangle and Plumas region were tripled tomorrow, the case rate in those clusters would almost certainly drop. We know this because it has dropped before. The Department of Justice estimated in 2023 that aggressive enforcement reduced public land grows from over 80% of California's illegal cannabis cultivation to roughly 20%. The math is real. The leverage is real. The conversation isn't happening. That should bother you. Angle 2, the geology angle. Granite, magnetics, and why Yosemite eats people. This one is more speculative than the cartel theory, but it's grounded in actual geological science, so we're going to walk it. The single most consistent profile point Paulides has documented is proximity to granite, boulder fields, and talus slopes. Yosemite, the largest missing 411 cluster on the continent, sits on the Sierra Nevada batholith, the largest exposed body of granite in North America. Crater Lake's clusters sit at high-elevation volcanic and granitic terrain. The Smokies, the Adirondacks, the Cascades, every major missing 411 cluster is in geologically interesting territory. Why would granite specifically correlate with disappearances? The trivial answer is granite means mountains. Mountains mean wilderness. Wilderness means people get lost. That's true, and it accounts for most of the correlation. We covered it in Chapter 4. The less trivial answer involves something most casual hikers don't know. Granite formations exhibit measurable geomagnetic anomalies. This is real geology, not paranormal speculation. Granite contains varying concentrations of magnetic minerals, primarily magnetite and ilmenite. Different granite formations have different magnetic signatures depending on their crystallization history. Some formations exhibit significant magnetic deviation from Earth's baseline field. This is well documented in U.S. Geological Survey aeromagnetic survey data, and is part of why mineral prospectors use magnetic surveys to map potential deposits. In areas of high magnetic deviation, GPS signals can degrade, compasses can become unreliable. And this is the speculative part, but it's grounded in actual peer-reviewed neuroscience. The human brain, which has been shown in multiple studies, most notably by Joe Kirschvink at Caltech, and research published in eNeuro in 2019, to detect ambient magnetic fields at unconscious levels, may experience disorientation in regions of strong geomagnetic variance. I want to be careful here. We don't fully understand what magnetic field detection does in human cognition, and most of what's been published is preliminary. The connection between geomagnetic anomaly and cognitive disorientation is plausible but not proven. What we can say with confidence is, granite batholiths have measurable magnetic field deviations. GPS and compass reliability degrade in high deviation areas. Hikers who become disoriented in unfamiliar terrain die at rates well above baseline. Yosemite, Crater Lake, the Smokies, and other missing 411 clusters all sit on geologically anomalous terrain. What this doesn't prove is that granite is mystically taking people. What it does suggest is that the geology Paulides identifies as a profile point is, plausibly, an actual contributing factor to disappearances. Not because there's something supernatural about granite, but because granite landscapes combine extreme topography with technological failure points, GPS, compass, and possibly subtle cognitive effects, in a way that maximizes the probability of fatal disorientation for unprepared visitors. The granite isn't possessed. The granite is just unforgiving in ways most hikers don't anticipate. And the missing 411 framework's most consistent profile point may be measuring a real phenomenon, just not the one Paulides thinks it is. Angle 3, the jurisdictional fragmentation problem. What the missing database actually means. This is the angle I think matters most. And I've been sitting on it since Chapter 1. We opened this video with what I called the bombshell that even skeptics can't refute. That the National Park Service does not maintain a centralized, public, comprehensive missing persons database. I framed it then as a real fact that should make you uncomfortable. I framed it later in Chapter 4 with a skeptical gloss, that the absence is a function of bureaucratic fragmentation rather than active suppression. What I haven't done yet is walk you through what that fragmentation actually does to the data. Because it does something specific, and once you see it, you cannot unsee it. When a person disappears in a national park or on adjacent federal land, their case can be split across in approximate descending order of probability. National Park Service Investigative Services Branch, ISB. If the disappearance is suspected to involve crime within NPS jurisdiction, U.S., Forest Service law enforcement, if the case occurs on USFS land adjacent to or instead of NPS land. Bureau of Land Management law enforcement, if the case occurs on BLM-managed federal land. FBI, if a federal felony is suspected, the case crosses state lines, or the body is found on certain types of federal land. County Sheriff, if the person was reported missing in a county seat outside the park, or if remains are found in county jurisdiction. State Police, if the case involves state highways or state parks bordering federal lands. Tribal law enforcement, if the case involves tribal lands or tribal members on adjacent federal land. Coast Guard, if any portion of the case involves navigable waters. Pick a case. Yuba County 5, Plumas National Forest, 1978. The Mercury Montego was in National Forest jurisdiction. The boys were residents of Yuba County. The remains were found across multiple drainage and county lines. The case was, depending on which document you pull, simultaneously a USFS case, a Yuba County Sheriff case, a Plumas County Sheriff case, and an FBI matter. There is not a single agency that holds the complete case file. Now scale that. Multiply it by the thousands of missing 411 cases across decades. Each case is a fragment of a record sitting in a different bureaucratic silo. Most of those silos do not communicate with each other. None of them feeds a unified federal database. Many of the older cases exist in paper files in field offices that have changed hands multiple times. This means three specific things. 1. The total number of unresolved missing persons cases on federal land in the United States is genuinely unknown. Not unknown in the conspiratorial sense. Unknown in the, we have not built the system that would let anyone count them sense. The Trace Act, introduced to Congress in 2023, is specifically designed to fix this. It has not passed. As of this video's recording, NamUs, the closest thing to a unified missing persons database the United States has, is voluntary, underfunded, and reflects a fraction of the actual caseload. 2. Patterns that would be visible if all cases were in a single database are invisible because the cases are not in a single database. If a serial predator like Israel Keys operates across multiple federal lands and his victims fall into separate jurisdictions, the pattern of his predation may not emerge for years or decades because no one is looking at all the cases together. We caught Keys only because of an atypical mistake, an Anchorage barista, not a remote hiker, and a single state trooper's instincts. Without those, his case file would have remained scattered across at least 4 states' worth of cold cases. 3. This means the supernatural framing of missing 411 is, in part, a function of statistical illiteracy. When you don't know how many people go missing total, you can't accurately judge whether a specific subset of disappearances is anomalous. Paulides has spent 15 years arguing that certain cases cluster suspiciously. The skeptical response, that the cases are statistically expected within the larger population, depends on knowing the larger population. We don't know it, Paulides doesn't know it, the skeptics don't know it, nobody knows it, because the United States has decided, as a matter of policy, not to build the system that would let us know. The missing 411 phenomenon is not, in this read, a supernatural mystery. It is a measurement problem. We cannot tell you, with confidence, whether any given disappearance is paranormal, criminal, accidental, or anomalous, because we do not have the data set that would let us classify it. We have a federal land system the size of California, France, and Germany combined, and we have decided that the people who go missing on it can be tracked through whichever county sheriff happens to have the file. Until that changes, every missing 411 case is, in a real epistemological sense, unresolvable from the available data. Not because the cases are necessarily unsolvable, because the data is fragmented in ways that make pattern recognition impossible. So where does this leave us? The 3 lesser-known angles in this chapter, cartel violence, geological cognitive disruption, and jurisdictional fragmentation, are not fringe theories. They are, all 3, boring. They are the kind of explanations that don't generate book sales, viral TikTok videos, or Alaska cruises. They are the kind of explanations that suggest the missing 411 phenomenon is real, but largely natural, and that addressing it would require funding, policy changes, and a kind of patient bureaucratic attention that does not photograph well. I think these three angles between them account for substantially more missing 411 cases than Bigfoot, UFOs, portals, or any other supernatural framework will ever account for. The Emerald Triangle is killing people. The granite is disorienting people. The fragmented database is hiding people. These are the answers that are, to my mind, the actual answers to most of what's left in the residue after the skeptical filter and the human predator filter have done their work. The answers don't sound exciting. They sound like an EPA report and a Congressional Research Service brief and a USGS aeromagnetic survey. That's not because the answers are wrong. That's because the truth, more often than not, is not exciting. The truth is what's in the boring document. The truth is in the boring document because it has been put there deliberately by the most efficient knowledge management system humans have ever invented, which is bureaucracy. And bureaucracy is the genre we have culturally agreed not to read. If you want to understand Missing 401, you read the EPA reports about pesticide contamination on cartel grow sites. You read the USGS aeromagnetic survey of the Sierra batholith. You read the GAO reports on NPS investigative resources. You read the Trace Act. You read Israel Keys's FBI interview transcripts. None of this material is hidden. All of it is freely available. Almost nobody reads it. That's the lesser-known theory. That's what's hiding in plain sight. The wilderness is dangerous because it's wilderness. The cartels are killing people because they're cartels. The granite is disorienting people because it's granite. The system that should be tracking it can't because we haven't built it. And in the absence of those plain answers being read, talked about, and acted on, something else fills the vacuum. That something else is the entire Missing 411 industry. Books, cruises, documentaries, TikTok creators, subscription forums, merchandise. The whole architecture of meaning-making that has grown up around the cases, including, full disclosure, this video, is operating in the space that the boring documents have failed to fill. I am not exempting myself from this critique. I am part of the industry. You're watching me participate in it. What I can do, and what this chapter is for, is tell you the things the industry mostly won't. The cartel grows are real. The granite anomalies are real. The fragmentation problem is real. None of them are paranormal. All of them are addressable. If you give a damn about the disappearances, if you care beyond the entertainment value about Stacy Arras and Dennis Martin and Maura Murray and the boys at Yuba County, these are the conversations to have. These are the policies to support. These are the documents to read. That, at the end of 3 hours, is what I have to give you. The truth was in the boring document the whole time. Hardly anybody read it. That's why they keep disappearing. The cultural engine of Missing 411. We've been at this for nearly 3 hours. Before we close out, I want to ask one question that none of the previous 7 chapters have directly answered. Why does Missing 411 work? Not whether the cases are real, they are. Not whether the patterns hold up, some do, some don't. The deeper question, the cultural physics question. Why is this specific framework, assembled by a former San Jose cop with a parallel career in Bigfoot research, the one that broke containment and became a generation-defining piece of American folk culture? Because it didn't have to be. There are dozens of unsolved mystery franchises. There are hundreds of true crime podcasts. There are thousands of YouTube channels, including, full disclosure, this one, covering disappearances, anomalies, and the unexplained. Most of them are read by their core audience and disappear into the algorithm. Missing 411 didn't. The Paulides cluster maps are tattooed on people. The phrase Boulder Field has lower third graphic recognition value to millions of viewers under 30. The franchise has spawned 3 documentaries, 10+ books, a subscription forum, an Alaska cruise, and a Reddit community with hundreds of thousands of subscribers actively annotating new cases as they emerge. There's now an entire generation of TikTok content creators whose entire identity is Missing 411 explainer. What did Paulides hit? He hit 4 things at once, and he hit them at the right historical moment. Once you see the 4, you can't unsee them. and you'll start spotting them in every cultural phenomenon that follows the same trajectory. The point is not to debunk Missing 411 by reducing it to its mechanics. The point is to understand why the framework is so durable, so we can think clearly about what to do with it. 1. The pandemic effect. Missing 411 went mainstream in 2020 and 2021. That timing is not a coincidence. Lockdowns produced a captive audience hungry for content and produced an entire generation of newly minted outdoor enthusiasts. People who had never previously hiked, suddenly buying boots and trekking poles because the gym was closed and the wilderness was the only public space the virus couldn't fully contaminate. The rate of NPS visitation in 2021 was 297 million people. 44 parks broke individual visitation records that year. You had a much larger audience, freshly experiencing terrain they'd never been in before, with no embodied sense of what wilderness actually feels like. Those people opened TikTok and YouTube on the drive home from their first national park trip, and the algorithm, which rewards engagement metrics, not accuracy, fed them Missing 411 content. The framework arrived to make sense of a nature that was suddenly present in their lives, and that, unsettled by the strangeness of all of 2020, they were primed to read as uncanny. 2. The re-enchantment hunger. I touched on this in Chapter 6. We are, broadly, a de-enchanted culture. Almost every part of contemporary American life has been mapped, measured, optimized, monetized, and rendered legible. Missing 411 is one of a small number of contemporary phenomena, UFO disclosure, Skinwalker Ranch, the Mandela effect, the backrooms, that exist specifically to reintroduce the unknown into the daylight world. People are not stupid for craving this. They are humans whose neural architecture was shaped by 200,000 years of life in environments where the dark contained genuine threats, and the woods at the edge of the village were genuinely dangerous. That architecture doesn't go away because we built strip malls. Missing 411 gives that architecture something to do. 3. The grief economy. True crime as a genre exploded in the 2010s for reasons researchers are still untangling. Part of it is the parasocial intimacy of podcasting. Part of it is the collapse of trust in institutional narratives. When official explanations stop satisfying, audiences seek out the unofficial. Missing 411 is in a specific corner of true crime that has the additional appeal of unresolved cases. There's no perpetrator to convict. There's no court verdict. There's just the absence, and the audience gets to bring its own meaning to the absence. That openness is structurally addictive in a way that solved cases, even devastating ones, are not. 4. The algorithmic match. The single visual element that defines Missing 411 content is the cluster map. Red dots on a green topographic background. That image is engineered for short-form video. It loads instantly. It conveys magnitude visually. It can be overpasted with any voiceover. It looks ominous regardless of context. TikTok and YouTube Shorts have rewarded this image for 5 years, specifically because it generates the watch time the algorithms select for. The framework's visual economy was, by accident, perfectly suited to the platforms that broke it into the mainstream. If Paulides' work had been formatted around case files and FOIA documents, it would have stayed niche. The cluster map turned it into a meme. So that's the engine. The pandemic primed the audience. The re-enchantment hunger created the appetite. The grief economy created the framework. The algorithm rewarded the visuals. Take any of those 4 out, and Missing 411 stays a quiet book series sold to coast AM listeners. Stack them, and you get a generation-defining cultural artifact. The phenomenon won't die because the cultural conditions that made it haven't gone away. The pandemic is over, but the audience it built remains. The re-enchantment hunger is structural. The grief economy is, if anything, expanding. The algorithm continues to reward the visual format. There is no foreseeable point at which Missing 411 fades because the soil it grew in is still fertile. What that means, practically, is that the burden falls on us. The people making the content, the people watching the content, the people sharing the cluster maps in the middle of the night, to think carefully about what we're feeding when we feed this phenomenon. To distinguish the genuine cases from the manufactured ones, to remember the families, to read the boring documents, to be honest about which cases have explanations and which ones don't, to not turn Stacy Arras into a meme. The phenomenon won't die, but the way we engage with it can change. A practical wilderness safety guide for the newly paranoid. You've just spent 3 hours marinating in the worst possible outcomes of going outside. I owe you in return a chapter that puts the actual numbers back in your hands, because the cumulative effect of any extended Missing 401 viewing, including this one, is to leave the audience with a wildly inflated sense of how dangerous national parks actually are. The reality is far more reassuring than the cluster maps suggest, and you deserve to walk out of this video with both the chills and the perspective. Here are the actual numbers. The National Park Service serves roughly 312 million visitors per year. Approximately 243 people die annually across all NPS units. That works out to a death rate of less than 1 in a million visits. For comparison, the lifetime odds of dying in a motor vehicle accident in America are roughly 1 in 95. Your actual highest risk in a national park is, by a wide margin, the drive there. Motor vehicle crashes are the leading cause of death across NPS lands, accounting for more fatalities than drowning, falls, medical events, and homicide combined. The road to your scenic overlook is statistically deadlier than anything you'll do on foot. When deaths do occur in the wilderness portions of parks, the leading cause is drowning. Far more than wild animals, far more than homicide, far more than getting lost. Lake Mead National Recreation Area alone accounts for over 100 drownings in the most recent comprehensive data set. Most of those involved people not wearing life jackets. Wild animals kill, on average, fewer than 2 people per year across the entire NPS system. You are statistically more likely to be killed by a vending machine. The Missing 411 case, the disappearance that fits Paulides' profile points and remains unsolved, is in this context a vanishingly small percentage of any actual wilderness incident. The big risks are mundane. The strange cases are real, but they are statistical outliers within a statistical outlier. So how do you minimize the small risk that exists? Carry a personal locator beacon. This is the single highest leverage thing you can do. A PLB or satellite messenger, Garmin InReach, Zoleo, Spot, costs between $200 and $400, plus a monthly subscription of $15 to $40. When activated, it transmits your GPS location to search and rescue services via satellite, regardless of cell coverage. The vast majority of missing in the wilderness cases would not have become missing persons cases if the victim had been carrying a functioning beacon. This is the single greatest piece of safety technology to emerge in your lifetime, and an entire generation of hikers does not own one because they don't realize it exists. Buy one, bring it, test it before every trip. The 3-minute rule for children. If a child in a wilderness area is out of sight for 3 minutes, stop and call. Don't rationalize. Don't wait. Children move in unexpected directions and can cover surprising ground in short windows. The Dennis Martin case, 6-year-old behind a bush, 3-minute window, is the canonical example, but it's representative of dozens of disappearances. The cost of a false alarm is embarrassment. The cost of waiting too long is irreversible. The stop protocol. If you become disoriented in the woods, stop. Think, observe, plan. Sit down. Don't continue moving. Do not, repeat, do not. Try to find your way back by walking further. Most search and rescue cases that end fatally because the victim kept moving deeper into bad terrain. Sitting down where you are dramatically increases your odds of being found alive. The trip plan. Tell at least one person, in writing, exactly where you're going, when you'll be back, and what to do if they don't hear from you by a specific time. Email it. Text it. Put a copy on the dashboard of your car at the trailhead. The single biggest accelerator of search and rescue success is knowing where to start looking. People who go missing without filed trip plans get found significantly later, if at all. The buddy system. It's old advice for a reason. The single biggest factor in survival of unexpected wilderness emergencies, fall, cardiac event, hypothermia onset, getting lost, is the presence of a second person. Solo hiking is fine. Solo hiking in remote terrain without a beacon, without a trip plan, and without prior wilderness experience is what every missing 401 case file calls circumstances at the time of disappearance. Don't trust your phone. Cell coverage in national parks is terrible by design. The infrastructure isn't there and won't be. GPS works on phones, but battery life in cold conditions plummets. Bring a paper map. Bring a compass. Know how to use them. Carry a power bank. Watch the weather. Most wilderness fatalities have a weather component. Sudden afternoon thunderstorms in the Smokies, quick onset blizzards in the Sierra, hypothermia in the Cascades after a rain event. Check the forecast. Check it again the morning of. Turn around if conditions worsen. The mountain will be there next weekend. If you find yourself in a situation that feels wrong, a deep wilderness encounter with an aggressive dog, an armed person in remote terrain, a grow site that doesn't belong, a vehicle parked where it shouldn't be, back out the way you came in. Don't engage. Don't investigate. Don't call out. Get to a place with cell coverage and report to the local sheriff's non-emergency line. The cartel grow problem we covered in Chapter 7 is real, and the published guidance from law enforcement is unambiguous. If you stumble onto an active grow operation, leave silently, immediately, and report it from somewhere else. These are not exotic recommendations, they're the basics. But the basics save lives at rates so high that the entire missing 411 case archive, across 50+ years, could probably have been reduced by half if every one of those victims had been carrying a PLB. One more thing. If you've watched this entire video and you're now too scared to go to a national park, I have failed you. That is not the takeaway I want you to have. The takeaway is that the wilderness is one of the most rewarding things a human being can experience. That 312 million people visit American parks every year, and 311,999,757 of them go home unharmed. And that the small risk that exists can be reduced further with a beacon, a trip plan, and good judgment. Go outside. Just don't go outside stupid. Closing meditation. We come to the end. I want to do one last thing before the credits roll. Not another argument, not another theory, not another case. We've done that work. You've earned a closing, so let's close. 3 hours ago, this video opened with a montage of 3 disappearances and a question I asked you to hold on to. The wilderness has always been a place where humans disappeared, and every culture has folklore about it. The Wendigo, the Huldra, the Stick Indians, the Ayos, the fairy mounds, the forest dwellers, the people of the stones, the entities that take what they want from the path. The reason these traditions exist across every continent that has wilderness is not because the entities are real in the literal sense the modern Missing 411 audience would prefer. It is because the experience of wilderness as something that occasionally consumes people is one of the oldest human experiences there is. We have spent 10,000 years building cultures, civilizations, technologies, and economies designed to push back against that experience. We have been remarkably successful. Most people now go their entire lives without spending a single night somewhere that doesn't have walls and a roof. Most children grow up without ever feeling the specific cold animal fear of being too small in too much landscape after the sun has gone down. Most of us have lost the relationship to wilderness that our ancestors had, which was a relationship of respect founded on direct knowledge of mortality. Missing 411 is, in a sense, that relationship trying to come back. Every cluster map, every YouTube video, every TikTok, every cruise booking, every lower third graphic, they're all attempts to restore something the de-enchanted modern world took away. The names of the missing: Stacy Arras, Dennis Martin, Maura Murray, Bart Schleier, Sammy Bulkey, Doug Legg, the boys at Yuba County, Casey Hathaway, who came back, Joshua Maddox, who didn't. These names are doing work that, in older cultures, was done by the names of the dead and the names of the taken. They are warnings, they are markers. They are the modern American version of the old pre-Christian Celtic cairns, small piles of stones at dangerous places, each stone left by a passerby in honor of someone who didn't come back. Walk past, take a stone, Add it to the pile. Mark the place. The cluster maps are cairns. Whether or not the supernatural readings of the cases are true, the cluster maps are doing the same work cairns did. They mark where the world has eaten people. They warn the next traveler. They remind us, those of us going about our small lives in the lit and heated boxes, that the older world is still there, just past the parking lot, just beyond where the trail markers stop, and that the older world has rules we forgot. That is what I think the missing 411 phenomenon is at its heart. It is a very old human practice, the marking of dangerous geography through the names of those who were lost there, wearing 21st century clothes. The supernatural theories are the poetry of that practice. The skeptical arguments are the science of it. The cartel theory and the granite theory and the jurisdictional fragmentation theory are the policy of it. All of those are valid. None of them is complete. Together, they tell most of the story. The remainder is what will continue to keep this phenomenon alive, generation after generation, no matter how thoroughly we map the terrain or how many beacons we sell. Because the remainder is us. It is the human capacity to feel awe and fear at the same time, in the presence of land that does not love us back. It is the impulse to tell stories about the dark in order to teach the children where not to walk after dark. It is the memory, buried in our limbic brains, older than language, older than agriculture, that there are places in this world that take. We are, all of us, a few generations removed from peasants who left bread and milk on the doorstep at night for the things in the woods that they refused to name. We do not leave bread and milk anymore. We leave videos, we leave hashtags, we leave subscription forums and Alaska cruises and 27,000-word YouTube scripts. But the gesture is the same. We are tending the dangerous places. We are marking them so that the next person knows. We are saying, in the language available to our era, something happened here, and we don't know what. And we want you to know that we don't know. That is what the families of the missing carry every day until they die. That is what every search and rescue volunteer carries, every time they put on the orange vest and go out again. That is what the rangers carry. The ones who come back, the ones who don't, the ones who walk past Bybee Creek without thinking about it, and the ones who never walk near it again. It is also, I'll suggest, what you are carrying now, having watched this all the way to the end. The wilderness is dangerous because it's wilderness. People disappear because they're people. Some of those disappearances have explanations we know, and some have explanations we suspect, and some have no explanation at all and may never. That is not a failure of investigation. That is the texture of being a finite creature in an unfinished world. So when the time comes, and it will, because you watched all the way to the end of a Missing 401 video, which means you are exactly the kind of person who is going to load up the car next summer and go see the granite for yourself. When the time comes, and you are standing somewhere that feels older and bigger than you are, and the wind goes quiet for a moment, and you catch the precise, specific feeling of being a small mammal in a place where small mammals are not the apex. Pay attention. Don't go alone. Tell someone where you are. Carry the beacon. Take the stone from the cairn, leave a stone of your own, and walk on. And if you hear your name called from somewhere in the trees, in a voice you almost recognize, don't answer.
This was Archive X, recovered. Sources for everything in this video are linked in the description, including the FOIA-released FBI file on Dennis Martin, the National Park Service, Investigative Services Branch, Cold Case page, the Name U.S. System, the Skeptical Inquirer Analyses by Kyle Pollack, and the official ranger contacts for every case discussed. If you or someone you love is dealing with the disappearance of a family member, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children operates a hotline, 1-800-THE-LOST, for mental health crisis support, 988. If you've been through this and have something to say, leave a comment. We read them. Don't go alone. We'll see you next time.